I allowed to?
Hello! Hello, everyone. Sorry I'm late. Showing Mum my new bed. And I actually just need to go. So, yeah, Mum, you have
And
to take...
possibly hers.
Oh, yes, Mum's actually likes it. You talk to them for a second because I just need to go and get one more box to put them on.
Oh. Well, hello. Good morning. I don't know what to say. Finished the quill. I've done a label, which is nice. And I'm just wondering what to do next. She saved me. I'm not good at this.
She's also, Mary, if you're here, and Mary, if you watch this later, she's been eyeing up this fabric and she keeps stroking it and saying, oh, that's pretty. Oh, that's really pretty.
My colours.
Like, no,
Yeah.
it's a present for me.
I know.
There's a box of fabric coming for you.
Oh.
I know, Michelle has spoilt us. So, right, hang on. Not prepared at all this morning. I came down thinking I had plenty of time, and then we started looking at beds and
as you do.
Yeah.
Well,
so guys, we're in the kitchen today. The washing machine and tumble dryer are going. If that causes problems with the sound, let me know, because we can turn the tumble dryer off at least. And the washing machine, so how long is left on the washing machine?
I'll check. It is washing fabric.
Yes, it's washing the lovely fabric, that very lovely, my name?
39 minutes.
39 minutes. Yeah, the very lovely Michelle.
Yeah,
Completely blanked on the name then. Yes, Michelle sent us a lovely package yesterday. Hang on, let's turn you around
Lots
there.
of people there.
Yeah, 24 of them at the moment.
Already?
Yeah.
Amazing.
I was 4 minutes late as well, because we were looking at beds.
Yeah.
Not good. So yes, you've noticed we're in the kitchen today. So like I say, if the background noise is too much, let us know. We've got 39 minutes on the washing machine. There will be points where it becomes quite loud. But we're in here because my project for the next today, Monday and Tuesday, before I go to London on Wednesday, is to cut out all of the things. All of the things. So,
not make them, just cut them.
Well, because I'm not allowed in here when I get back, am I?
Of course.
So I'm prepping, so that I have all the things cut out, so that for 2 weeks I can be isolated in the sewing room without having to come in here.
Yeah.
And
I'm going to make her come in and out the window. Not really, no.
So please don't make me do that. No. So yeah, that's what we're doing today. So I hope you guys don't mind. It will mean that I'm going to struggle a little bit with the comments, because you guys are you're currently on the second sink, the hidden sink in the kitchen, and I'm going to be kind of like at the end of the island. So I will be struggling to read the comments that far away, but I will try my best to keep up with them all. So yeah, hello, welcome to the kitchen. What do you guys think? So anyway, Nicola says, hi everyone, I'm here ironing, then taking up a set of curtains for someone. Why can't I just learn to say no? Ah, yes, that is the biggest thing that us as seamstresses and dressmakers and crafters need to learn to do, is say no when you don't want to do something. Because the minute people hear that you sew, they're like, oh yeah, you could just do this for me, couldn't you? And it's like, no. Oh, but it's really easy. You do it then. Oh, but it won't take you very long. You do it then. Oh, but. And it's like, no. So yes. Nicola, we can work on the saying no. Rose says, I'm taping a PDF pattern together and hemming multiple sets of curtains. Helen says, hi everyone, feeling a bit off today, so tucked up on the sofa having a lazy one. Well, welcome Helen, welcome Rose, and welcome Nicola, and hopefully we can cheer you up. Caroline says, morning, just got back from shopping in time. Our local supermarkets are back to making everyone queue again. Oh wow. Vox 3D is here. Hello. Adele says, good morning Adele. Lottie's here. Hi everyone. Duvallay says hello. Hello, Duvallay. Victoria says good morning from Virginia. Good morning, Victoria. Adele says, if it's washing fabric, then that's like sewing. Yes. And when it comes out, I can show you can have a sneaky peek, because that vlog is not going to be going up until Saturday next week. So, yeah, if you've been watching the vlogs, you know that I have decided to stagger the release of them over the next couple of days, because I will not be filming very much while I'm in London, and I'm not going to be able to get the sew along for the 9077 done before I go, because I could, but I don't want to rush it because I'll have to level the hem again, and I hate leveling hems. You guys know that. So yeah, that's why I'm staggering the vlog. So hopefully I'm going to be vlogging every day up until Tuesday, but then well, apart from today. I didn't vlog today. Or I won't be vlogging today. But yes, so they'll be going up every other day to hopefully kind of like extend the content that I have. And Rose says, I pulled an all-nighter in Seattle so I can finally join when it starts. Good morning, Rose. Wow, really early for you. Dana says, hello, first live stream I get to see live in 4 weeks after I've had my baby. Oh, congratulations. Oh, bless. What did you have? Dilek says, hi, Shan. Hi, Dilek. How are you? Tracy says, wow, made it to a live session. Hello from Melbourne. Good evening. Elaine says, hi all, feeling some rare UFO inspiration today. I will make the most of it. Very nice. Susan's here. Hi, Susan. Great to get your email today. Susan is the lovely lady in Australia who so like, this is the thing. I was mentioning so Susan sent me some amazing interfacing. I was mentioned the interfacing in not yesterday, the day before's vlog, which you guys will be seeing on Thursday. So I was asking for recommendations of it, and then I was like, I cannot remember the lovely lady who sent this to me name, but I know I got it around my birthday, and I remember sitting in the chair and opening it and talking about it. And I went back 2 years to watch those vlogs, and then to a year ago to watch those vlogs to try and track down this video of me opening this interfacing, because I was just like, I know what it was. I remember sort of sitting there and doing the thing. And couldn't find it. So I was going to put on the vlog, I'm really sorry, I cannot remember your name. Please email me. And then I thought, you know what, I'll just check my emails and put lightweight interfacing in. And immediately Susan's name popped up, and it was like, aha! So I emailed Susan last night and just said, please, could I have some more? Let me know where to send your money to you, because it is amazing. Literally amazing. So yes, Susan is my interfacing connection all the way in Australia. So I replied to your reply, Susan. Let me know what you think. Okay. Dad's just got out the shower. Where do you want to go?
My towels.
Where are they?
Oh, right, okay.
Where are they?
It's all right, fine. How are we going to go?
About 5 hours. Okay. There you go, rare sighting of Papa in his dressing gown. Sandra's here. Hello from down under. Hey Sandra, how are you, my lovely? Olivia is here. Good morning from Iowa. Good morning, Olivia. Duvalier says, I keep looking at the artwork, that piece in the hallway. I think it's especially intriguing. Oh, this one. Yes, that is a teeny tiny silk panel. Tiny in a giant mount, in a giant frame. Did you guys mount that silk panel that big? Or did it come like that? Hang on, I'm going to find out. This panel on the wall, did you mount it like that? Or did it come in that frame? No. In a giant frame, yeah. There you go, family heirloom. It was my granny's, and they put it in the big frame there. Oh, actually, I suppose I can take you to have a look. Let's see if this works. The internet has been having a fit this morning. I'm sorry about that. Let's hope I don't make any of you seasick either. There we go. Did Granny make it, or did Granny buy it?
I think she bought it when she was out abroad.
Oh.
I'm not entirely sure, actually.
So pretty. They were admiring it. I don't know if you guys, you have seen the giant peacock as well. We already know where the giant peacock's going in the new house. There is a perfect wall for the giant peacock. So, where did I get to? Alison says, good morning from Richmond, Virginia. Our terrier decided we should get up early. Terriers, good luck with that. Dilek says, thanks, I'm doing fine. Now have a few weeks off after my first year of med school. Cool. How did it go? Duvlay says, oh, wow, that's fabulous. Dana says, thank you. I had a beautiful little girl. So for a while, I think I will have to live my sewing life through YouTube and not in real life. I can imagine. What does your t-shirt say? Sorry, I can't. I'm busy. So I got a whole bunch of t-shirts from a company called QWERTY, like the keyboard. They were doing an offer. If you bought one t-shirt, they gave you a random t-shirt for free. So I bought 4, and then I got 4 free. And again, that you'll see those, all of them, on Saturday. I bought the size small, and it's probably a little bit small, but the medium I don't like on me, and I wouldn't wear them so often. So yeah. Let's see. Judy is here. She says, hello from the mother of the bride, and the bride just heard the banns being read. Now for pleasure sewing. Oh, awesome. Susan says, I will hopefully get some interfacing tomorrow and post it to you. I read your reply just before I came to the live stream. Awesome, Susan. Thank you very much. And yes, let me know where to send the monies to, and I shall do that. So yes, I literally rave about this interfacing. It is the best interfacing that I've found. So, well, I didn't find it. I've been sent and then used. So. Dripping water on myself. So Helen says Nicola M needs to wear that t-shirt to help saying no. Yeah. yes, wear a t-shirt that just says nope. Sandra says, what's the interfacing called? I don't believe it has a name. Susan has more info than I do. I think it's from what I remember from the very first time round, there's a lady in Australia that buys it in bulk from China, and it's by like a 200-meter roll, which is actually something I'm considering getting over here because I would like to share it with the Northern Hemisphere peeps as well. But I don't believe it's branded, but do correct me if I'm wrong, Susan, because I could well be wrong. But yes, it's the nicest interfacing I've used. Who knew that I could wax so lyrical about interfacing? Sal is here. G'day, Shannon Peeps. This is my 5th live stream viewing, all from the UK. Lol. Good morning, Sal. Or good evening, Sal, isn't it? So, okay. Shall we try and get on with some cutting out of all the things? Right, so I've decided that this is going to be the Butterick 6380, the Gertie dress, but I'm going to put the McCall's 7537 sleeves on it, which I haven't brought through with me, so I need to do that. This is the cotton drill, and it's going to be the Vogue 9357 skirt. This is the cotton lawn, which is going to be an 8577, and also the pocket lining and waistband lining for the drill skirt. This is going to be the Vogue 9345, and I'm going to make the shorter version with the giant sleeves, and I think that's going to be really cool. Is that going to be this? Is that going to be this? That's what I think I want to make with this one. Because I really do like that dress. I've done the sew along for it, and I did a sleeveless one, and then I have made the sleeves, but I've got some other fabric to make this. Actually, you know what? I might get that fabric as well, because I want to make the 6380 out of that too. Even though it's not the right colours, it might just be good just to cut it out, because that would be sensible, kinda, possibly. Yeah. Dilek says, well, it was full of up and downs due to, you know, thanks to COVID, but I am doing my best and will spare more time in the future for sewing. It's more time in sewing for my free time. Hope you're doing well too. Very well, Dilek. Thank you very much. And I'm glad it went well. Duvalier says, a kind reminder to the peeps to please like the hangout. Thank you very much, Duvalier. Alison is here. Hello, Sean and peeps. I hope you're all well today. How is Chiana? Or hope you're all well and happy. How is Chiana today? Sorry, blah. My brain is going ahead in my mouth. She's happy. She is sitting on top of her cat tree at the moment, surveying her territory. She likes to do that in the mornings, sort of sit and sunbathe. She's never really been a sunbathing cat, but she is in the mornings. And she sort of sits in the window and then looks at me and meows at me until I come and stroke her head. And she really leans into it. And I give her a couple of strokes just on the head because, you know, Jackson Galaxy says that you shouldn't. Some cats don't like being stroked quite so often because it will het them up, and she is one of those cats. So she gets a couple of head strokes, and so that's what she's been up to this morning. When I go back up there, she will be sat on my spot in the sofa because she likes my spot on the sofa. I think it's got something to do with scent marking. So yeah. Olivia says she's already liked it. Thank you, Olivia. Nicola says, quick, Sean, on your FAQ, you list where to buy your bias binding. One link doesn't work. I'm looking to purchase and would prefer a tested seller. Thanks. Right. I do need to go back in and sort that link out then. Thank you for letting me know. The other one from the other link in that one, I love both of those suppliers for bias binding. I will go back and fix the link to the other shop so that you guys have choice. But yes, thank you for letting me know. And maybe just remind me at the end of the stream so I don't forget to go back and change that. And Caroline says, be right back, meds time. Oh, and then the final one I've got is this fabric, which again, you haven't seen as yet. This is going to be coming up soon. It's got a peak texture to it. I don't think it's sheer, so I don't think I have to line it, but I might. And this is going to be, see, I was thinking I would like this one to be the 8997, the Vogue 8997 dress, and make it so that I can wear shirts underneath of it. So make the shorter version rather than the maxi one that I have currently made. But I've only got 3 meters of it, and I don't know if I have enough. So I've brought this down to cut a half circle skirt out of. But it will need lining, and I don't know if I have enough lining fabric left. So, I don't know. What should we start with? Let's start with the cotton. Oh, do we start? Yeah, let's start with the cotton drill for the skirt because that's easy to do. And then we can move on to the 8577. I've only got the outer for this. I haven't got enough cotton lawn to do the lining of this as well at the moment. So actually, no, I have enough cotton lawn to cut the bodice lining out. I just need to get some more to cut the skirt lining out. But I can make it to the point where the outer skirt gets attached. Yeah, I'll be able to make that and then cut the skirt lining out at a future date. So yeah, let's start with this one, I think. So I'm going to turn you guys around. You guys are currently on a couple of boxes. You're on the vintage patterns and the ribbing this time, because usually you just sit on one, but you're on both at the moment. So put this to the side. Put everything in. Plug my iron in because I need to iron my fabric and my pattern. And while I'm doing that, I think I'm going to bring you guys closer. So we really want this one. Let's bring you guys closer whilst I'm ironing stuff so that I have a hope of trying to read the... You guys are going to get to move around a lot today. I hope that's all right. Let's see. There you go. Oh, yes. Much better. Now, am I going to be able to read the comments from here? We'll see. We'll see. And I have just got I just got a text message, but I'll have to reply to that later. Right, okay, so whilst the iron is warming up, I will get the skirt panels out. There's one, there's two, there's the pocket, and the waistband. Awesome. Okay. Right, so I can get all of these ironed. Where did we get to with the chat? Oh, I am going to be leaning forward to do this, aren't I? Never mind. Hopefully, maybe I can move you guys forward a little bit more. Oh. Okay. I somehow this morning as well, that was another reason I was late. I was desperately trying to find my Prim chalk marker. I was using it on the dress that I'm currently making, and I can't find it anywhere. It's disappeared. There you go, dropping things on the floor. Let me just reply to this message. 2 seconds. Okay. Right, sorry about that. Okay. Let's get the rest of this lined. Now, are you close enough that I can actually see? Yes. Caroline is back. Have to have food before meds makes it difficult. Yeah. Especially if you have to have your meds at certain times with food. That makes life very difficult. Okay. Let's do skirt panels. Helen says, has Wilson got time off work while you are staying with him? Just wondering if he was working, what you would get up to. So Wilson currently is, half the time he is working from home, half the time he is working from the office. His office has 2 teams of people, the A team and the B team. Well, I don't know if you know they're called that, but some go in on the Monday and Tuesday, some go in on the Thursday and Friday, and then the rest of the time they work from home. And he was on the team that works on the Thursday and the Friday. But the first weekend I go up there, he is taking Thursday and Friday off. He has Wednesday afternoons off as well. Pass here, we can see you.
I know. You can see me long distance.
Yes. And so he has taken the Thursday and Friday off. He's coming to collect me Wednesday afternoon, which is his half day, and it's his birthday on Friday. So, yes, he is taking that time off. And remember the last couple of live streams, I've been photographing my patterns and to catalogue them. Well, I have the ability to catalogue them on my website, which is why I've been photographing them all, because I knew that at some point I would be going to visit him, and he's going to be working from home. So, and he lives in a studio apartment. So on the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday morning that I'm there, I will be very quietly sitting on the sofa, cataloguing my patterns onto my website whilst he's working at the desk.
Right. Fabric arrived yesterday. Fabulous. Just washed the first piece, put it through the dryer. This is one piece of fabric.
Was that, oh wow, was that the brushed cotton?
Yeah.
Wow.
One piece of fabric.
Wow.
A shirt, basically.
It will be.
That is just incredible.
That is.
Mind blowing.
That's mad. Well, at least I suppose it's natural particles, whereas like it's not polyester. Because if that was all bits of plastic, that's terrible. But that's bits of cotton, because those are 100%
Well,
cotton.
either way, it's astonishing.
Either way, it's astonishing. But at least it's not
science.
Yeah.
No, I'm a scientist. Well,
one of your many talents.
I'm a tist, anyway.
Okay.
Yes.
So yes, so I'll be cataloguing patterns on the Monday and Friday. Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday morning. Then he'll have Wednesday afternoon off. Then he will go back to the office on the Thursday and Friday. So I'm going to try and film some stuff to edit whilst he's away. And I'll be staying till Saturday, and then he's driving me home on Sunday afternoon. So I'm going to be working whilst I'm up there. I'm just going to be doing something that's kind of monotonous and tedious. I'm
fabric related, so I can be.
This quick. I'll help you fold it. This is.
No, I'm going to put it out to air dry.
Oh, okay.
Just finish it off.
But this is a sneaky peek of what you're going to be seeing on Saturday. So there's like 5 meters of this.
I know, I love it.
This is good.
Given what we said we're going to do with it,
yeah.
I think it's a grand idea.
So I'm going to buy some thinsulate lining. This is going to be Dad's Christmas present.
Mum's going to quilt it.
Mum's going to quilt it into
and then
a
make
gilet.
a gilet.
With
large pockets.
Yes.
And a hefty zip.
Yes, because Dad's current gilet is nearly dead. It has been worn that often.
Yeah.
So.
Cost me 80 quid that.
Wow.
When it was new.
Yeah. Well, it served its purpose in cost per wear. That's what you need to think about. Cost per wear.
It cost me nothing.
Yeah. So, yes.
And of course, I haven't changed in size.
Where do we get to? Yes, so Helen was asking what I get up to. So
I can carry on putting some of this in there.
Yes, please. Yeah. I did say that they're going to let me know if it gets too noisy and loud. The only time that I need quiet in here is when I'm doing the sew-alongs and tutorials, because that's when people comment on the noise, the background noise. And I like to try and avert as many complaints ahead of time as possible.
Can I do some of the prep work for my chicken lunch as well?
Just the only thing that's really, really noisy is running water.
Okay.
So no taps.
I won't run on water.
No taps running in the background.
Yeah.
You got a properly family interactive vlog live stream today. Just let that heat up for a little bit. I've even bought more deionized water in to fill that up to then fill this up again, because I know I'm going to be doing a lot of ironing today. So yes, that's what I shall be doing for the next couple of weeks. So I will have a little bit of holiday in the middle, the Wednesday to the Sunday, and then the Wednesday afternoon, and then the whole day Saturday I shall be off, but then the rest of the time I'll be working as well, just quietly in the background, so that I don't disturb him. Sal says, what am I going to move now? No mannequin. Yeah, Sal. I don't know. Oh, I wonder, hang on.
Do these still work?
There we go. Ta-da! Some pretty lights, which I'm standing in front of. Because YouTubers always have fairy lights in the background, right? Alison says, I ironed the wrong side of the interfacing today, and as a result my beautiful Olisol iron is now all sticky. Anyone else done this, and how did you remedy it? Oh, Dad. Yeah. Somebody's ironed their interfacing on the wrong side of the iron. Do you want to come and tell us how you... Because I do that a lot. And the best one was my silk organza pressing cloth, which silk organza is really expensive. My silk organza pressing cloth, Mum was using it to press some interfacing onto silk, and she had the interfacing on the wrong way, so she's interfaced the organza pressing cloth.
Right, I let the iron cool right down, and then I used some white wine vinegar spray on it, and gently rubbed it off and kept doing that. And then the very last bit, little bits I couldn't get, I've got some methylated spirit. Don't use that on the whole flat plate, whatever you do. Methylated spirit, just the tiny little corners, and I filled the iron back up with water, put it back on and steamed it over the sink to get rid of all the vinegar and everything else. And then it was back, and then I cursed like mad.
Yes, and then I did it.
That was a lot of my time.
Yes, and then I promptly did it a couple of days later again. So, yes. Although again, hang on, be right back. Can you see yourselves? Not quite. Angle's wrong. The very lovely Michelle sent Mum and I goodie bags for Christmas that arrived, and this was in it. Never used it before, but there was this in it as well. Let's see. But your poor Ollie Sol Iron is Binks knocked it over. Interlacing on the rock. Yeah, don't worry, we will do that. Tracy says, you will have a wonderful time. I'm sure we will. Olivia says, just got back from making my tea. Hi to the whiff. Olivia says, your dad is so sweet. But she said Dodd, but then she said dad. Olivia says, family interaction is life. Totally acceptable. Yes, and we can see you cooking your masterpiece in the background there as well.
Right, I'm going to be doing a roast chicken.
I'm not sure we can hear you because
I'm going to be doing a roast chicken. And then to make my life very easy, I'm going to be doing the equivalent of cauliflower cheese, but I put the broccoli, the cauliflower and carrots and parsnips and leeks in that completely.
Yeah.
And the only thing I have to do tonight is the roast potatoes and bang, we're done.
You don't want my dry vermouth to make the cheese sauce. You don't make your cheese sauce the plain way James does, do you?
No.
The Heston way.
No.
I have like half a bottle of dry vermouth in my fridge for cheese sauce. Keep sniffing it every now and again. It's like, do I fancy a glass? Well, not that.
It's
They ID'd me when
slightly surgical, isn't it?
They ID'd me when I bought it as
Yeah,
well. It's like,
yeah.
okay, I'm 41 years old. Thanks. Cecilia's here. Hello, peeps. Hope everyone is having a lovely weekend. Say hello, Cecilia. I hope you are too. Sal says, ironically saying no running water was pouring water. Yeah.
Well, I am going to run some water for the steamer.
Yeah, no, that's
Shall
fine.
I do it right now?
Yes, please. You'll see what I mean. I don't know how. Thank you. I don't know how sensitive the mic is on the laptop, but the mic on the camera can have the camera here, and he can run the second tap right at the other side of the kitchen, and that's all you can hear is the running water. You can't hear me speaking because the mic on my camera is that sensitive, I suppose. So yeah. Susan says, the interfacing does not have a name. I get it from a friend who has a fabric shop. She sells end-of-roll designer fabrics. I recently made a jacket with some Valentino cashmere, which I got from her. Oh, Susan. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Very much like, I think Stitch Fabrics have a connection with Dolce & Gabbana because they have so many of their fabrics, like end-of-roll kind of things in theirs. But some Valentino cashmere, lovely. But yes, we'll have to. Susan, does the lady have a online shop, or is it just a in-person shop? Because if she has an online shop, we should definitely link it in the Kittenish Behaviour Peeps group on Facebook. Because for all you antiquarians, seriously, this stuff is just amazing. What's the name of her fabric shop? Let us know. Inquiring minds would like to know. this is going to be a very loud skirt. I did consider making wide leg trousers with this fabric, but I think I'm going to wear the skirt more often. I'm totally not ruling out buying more of this fabric to make a like a jean jacket with it as well. Just so you're aware. I'm actually kind of bummed I can't get more of the green, the green denim, because I would like to make trousers and a denim jacket out of that. But because I've only got the 2.5 meters and the company don't have that colorway anymore in stock at the moment anyway, I am going to go with the trousers because I really like the idea of those trousers. And I'm going to be making a Doe looking jacket out of something else that will go with it. So, yeah. Christine says, bonjour, peeps. Hello, papa. Hello, papa. Bonjour, Christine. Welcome.
Who's nicked my cooler?
Not me. There's a fairy in this house other than yourself because stuff keeps going missing. Like I lost one of these. I don't know where it's gone. It was on the desk yesterday. So I'm kind of hoping I've got enough of this fabric to cut out the thing I want to cut out, because I've also used some of it for the bag. I'm sure I will have. I'm sure it'll be fine. Let's see. Alison says, thank you, Fwif. I have seen that using tumble dryer sheets, ironing them, can get rid of the glue too, but we'll try the Fwif method first. Well, I have.
White wine vinegar is absolutely brilliant, but it's aromatic, so you do have to flush it.
Yes, you do, because otherwise, well, the entire kitchen is white wine vinegar for a little while.
And you can't cook with it.
No,
it's not that kind of vinegar.
It's good for cleaning lots of things, like just general household cleaning.
Glass,
isn't it?
yeah, it's fantastic.
I've not heard the dryer sheet one before. Maybe try that first if you have dryer sheets in the house, because that sounds quite easy. Report back and let us know how it gets on. Although, I don't want to mess up your really expensive iron. She's got one of those irons that you put it down and it has legs and it stands up, so it doesn't burn the. Just goes. I don't know if you've ever seen those. Actually,
you'll note I said white wine vinegar. Of course, it could just be white vinegar. It doesn't have to be wine vinegar.
No. He's in cooking mode.
Yeah.
You are prepping on their resting spot, but I can iron some more stuff whilst
I am prepping on what?
Their resting spot. That's where they usually live whilst I'm going to be cutting out. But
what lives?
This contraption.
Oh, I see. Well, no, you can move that bowl of fruit there and you can do it there.
Oh, yeah, I could put you that way.
God, you've got to be versatile and flexible, Sean. Come on.
Apparently so.
Quick on your feet.
Where did we get to with the chats? Reply to Alison. Duvalier says, sorry, I went to check out the t-shirt shop you recommended and now I want a lot of them. Yes. QWERTY is like that. There's quite a few recent ones. They kind of release t-shirts and then you have 24 hours to buy them at a really cheap price. And then if they've got overstock of them, they keep some of the designs around for a while. So, yeah. I think they're doing the buy one, get one free deal at the moment as well. I think it's just phrased slightly differently. But they tickle me. I don't know if this company is still going, but I bought a whole bunch of t-shirts probably about 20 years ago now from somewhere called T-Shirt Hell, and they're much ruder. They have some really funny ones as well. Like they have baby grows with They Shake Me on it and things like that. So yeah, you need to have a certain sense of humor, and it probably will horrify some people, but I just really, really enjoyed it. And one of them was, I know violence isn't the answer, I got it wrong on purpose, and 999, Evil When I Do Handstands, things like that. And those kind of t-shirts just tickle me. And the other thing is that when I go to see Wilson, we won't be going out and doing anything. So I don't need to take a whole bunch of fancy clothes with me. So I'm going to take, I bought 8 t-shirts, I'm going to take all of those. And my jogging bottoms and comfy clothes and maybe one dress to dress up for his birthday. And, you know, I'll cook dinner and we'll have wine and watch a movie. So, yes. Let's see, where did I get to with chat? Sal says, I saw Bill and Ted Face the Music today. Loved it. Oh, cool. I really want to see that one. I was kind of a bit wary when they said they were going to do the next one, but I like the premise of the movie, so it sounds like it should be good. Olivia says, could your dad do a tour of his cookbook shelf? I know it's not sewing related, but he sounds like an amazing cook. I'd like to know what his tried and true recipes are. Well, technically, that's Mum's.
It is Mum's.
Recipe book shelf.
And I rarely go to a book now because I prefer to go online. And there's sort of 3 or 4 sites I go to, and I read their recipes about a certain dish, and they're all slightly different. And then I go from there. I sort of wing it from there.
He doesn't really have tried and trues,
No.
but this is my friend Mike Robinson. He's got a new TV show out at the moment. I can't remember which channel it's on and what it's called. Wildlife Larder or something like that, but Mike Robinson. So he did a TV show with his then wife, doing up the pot kiln, and he does. He specializes in game. He actually culls lots of deer herds all around.
He's a hunting, shooting, and fishing man.
Yes,
and he looks after deer stocks on various estates.
Yes, and they do need to be. When I was vegetarian, this was the only type of meat that I would eat, because my objection to the meat industry was the mass production side of it, and to produce the amount of meat that we consume as a population, mass production has to come into it. But this is all venison is something that lives naturally, lives wildly, and is culled at specific times of the year for the health of the population of deer as well, because they're kind of like rabbits otherwise. So venison was the only stuff that I would eat when I was vegetarian. So I wasn't technically vegetarian at all. But he came down.
You didn't get much of it.
No, not at all. So this was Dad's 60th birthday present. He signed it. He came down to visit us here on the island, and Mum had to cook him a roast dinner, and she was terrified.
TV chef.
She was absolutely terrified. But nobody ever cooks for him, so he had a lovely time. We had lamb, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
And then we went up to a friend of ours when the house was still intact. We went up to their house round the corner, and they were having a barbecue to go and say hi. And he said he was going to bring some venison with him. And he didn't have anything good that he wanted to bring, so he bought really expensive wine instead, and we drank it all. So the next day we were all a little delicate. But there's a particular picture in here. That one.
Well, he was a bit of a youth then, wasn't he?
Oh, I know. He's my age there. He's about 10 years older than me, so he's about 51 now.
Yeah. So it's not your age.
No, there. In this
right.
picture. He's 41 in this picture.
How can it be your age? Oh, I see what you mean.
In this particular picture, he is my current age.
He reminds me a bit of Dermot Gavin as well.
Yeah. But this book is all about wood pigeon, partridge, venison, rabbit, that kind of stuff.
But cooking for someone who's got cookbooks.
A Michelin star as
and is
well.
on the telly cooking.
Michelin
is
star.
Frightening.
So yes, this is one because Mum did a cull of the recipe books recently, and but this is one that was never going to get thrown away. He's actually he's got a pub in Berkshire, the Pot Kiln. He's got the Harwood Arms in London, which is, I don't know if it still is, but it was the only Michelin starred pub in London for a long time. And he's just opened a restaurant called The Woodsman in Stratford, and he's opened a new restaurant in Bath.
Yeah.
I can't remember what the name of the Bath one is,
There
but it
is
is brand new.
There is one cookbook I go to there, which is a Mediterranean one, but purely because the photographs are amazing.
Oh.
And they tell everything that you want to know. Now, whether it's that one or not, Sean, I don't know. Have a look. Yeah, that's like that. And you glean so much out of. Do you remember reading? Or you may not have. If you read Mrs. Beeton's,
Oh no, I haven't.
you know, it's all, the recipe is fantastic, but they don't have that image.
Yeah.
Whereas some of the images, you learn so much from the image,
Yeah.
it makes it easier to read the recipe.
I don't think I've ever really cooked from a recipe book. I buy
Well, I
lots
have
of
to
them.
show one of my favourite dishes.
From Menorca, weren't they?
Bought them in Menorca.
Yeah,
They're
but we've got
30
lots
years
of
old,
these.
just plain
Oh
clay.
no, that's Crula Cruze.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they are fantastic.
Yes.
Yep.
Right, okay, so I'm going to move the fruit bowl, put you that side, back in the set.
With the fruit bowl over there, yeah.
Need to get the wire out of the way so that we don't.
Over the top. Oh, no. Move that first because you haven't got enough school physics.
He's being a scientist again. There we go.
Well, you know, you can't stretch wire longer than it is.
So,
Okay.
yes,
Done?
yes,
Right.
yes. Right, let's catch up with the.
Yeah.
Let's see, where did we get to? Susan says her friend has not got an online shop, unfortunately. She has a fairly quick turnover. She only gets a small quantity of each fabric. She also does custom design and dressmaking. Oh, so cool. So yeah, right, okay, how am I going to get, I'm probably with Susan's and her friend's help, I'm seriously considering buying the interfacing in bulk so that I can share it with you guys because it is just that good. I really love it. But yeah, I'll have to talk to Susan about that because I obviously don't want to take any business away from her friend's shop. So we shall have a chat, Susan, if that's all right. Stitch, rip, repeat. I used the dry sheets, worked well and smelt lovely. Ah, okay. Do we still have dryer? Can we still get dryer sheets in this country?
You still what?
Get dryer sheets.
Dryer sheets.
You know those sheets that used to smell nice that you'd put in with your
Yeah.
because apparently ironing a sticky iron on those helps.
Right.
So it might be slightly quicker than having Dad have to do the white vinegar thing. Caroline says, I've used the dryer sheets and baby wipes, pretty decent, got virtually all of the gunk off, especially when sat on a towel. Awesome. Ever so often is here. Hello, everyone. And she said, hello, ever so often. Now, Judith, did I get that right this time? Please tell me I got that right this time. Alison says, Sean, you forgot to give me a Vogue list for Spotlight sale. Never mind, they have a sale often. I did get a pattern that I suggested last week for you, though. Oh, cool. Yes, now I went to look, Alison, and actually my pattern wish list had 0 Vogue on it. And I remember that was because I'd gone through Spotlight's Vogue collection thinking, oh, I like that one. Oh, I like that one. And I thought I probably ought to check and see if I actually have those patterns or not first. So I'd forgotten. M. Shrade says, laughing, I could be sewing this morning, but I'm watching you and fashion shows on YouTube instead, particularly like Zimmerman Spring Summer 2021, Mary Light Spring Summer 2021. I love Zimmerman.
Did anyone watch Alexander McQueen programme on telly last night?
No.
About his life. I mean, it's sad,
Yeah.
but it's absolutely amazing as well.
It's working. Always working. Cecilia says, I love the rude shirts, but don't much care for wearing t-shirts. Olivia says, oh my gosh, was your mum a nervous wreck? I would have been cooking for Mike. Yes, we all were. Douglas says that they are having a sale of buy 5 random for 5 and get a face mask deal. Just now need to figure out their sizing now. Okay, so this is a small. This is a ladies small. And I probably should have had a medium, but I don't like my t-shirts baggy, so I went for the small instead. I'm thinking I might cut the neckline off on the inside just so that I have a raw edge here, which I quite like the look of, and it would just, not that this is too tight, but I'm thinking about that as a style choice. I have one that I'm not, one of the surprise ones that I'm not overly precious about that I might experiment with. Alison says, I have a huge collection of cookbooks as I just love them. I haven't bought much of late. My latest buy is the new Bosch cookbook. Ian and Henry are amazing, the recipes they come up with. I love the vegetarian vegan recipes of Nigella Lawson and Anna Del Conte and Yotaman Ottenlenge?
I like watching Nigella on telly. Yeah. That's a whole different story.
Yes. Yes. There's the meme about Nigella Lawson and Gillian Keith, isn't there? They're both the same age. Which one looks better?
That's a bit unkind.
It is. Yes, it's not the nicest of memes, but the whole premise is Gillian Keith is all like live for, healthy and all the rest of it. And yes. Olivia says, I use those for my cooking Mexican food. They are perfect. Nimoy says, hello everyone. Seems it's a good thing that I've just had lunch given the food talk going on. Bethany C says, I can't work out whether that was a really bad dad joke or wasn't expecting an actual dish.
What?
Oh, I don't know, Bethany. Was it a bad dad joke or was it an actual dish? What were we talking about, Bethany? Sorry, I'm really behind with the chat. Nancy's here. Hello, Nancy. Dilek says, yes, those clay pots are great for cooking. Louise says, good afternoon. Late due to very late lay-in. Good afternoon, Louise. Hello. Bethany says, yes, I got some of the dry sheets from Poundland, but they melted onto my iron and I used the BT Beautiful Things HQ method. Real name escapes me all of a sudden, Claire. I'm not blaming BTHQ. It was most likely user area. I just wanted to point that out. Okay, so yes, some mixed reviews for the dry sheet process. Nimue says, after lots of pondering, I decided to spend the afternoon printing all the pattern instructions that I only live on my hard drive so far. How are you getting on with that? Olivia says, I know that meme. Sal says, I'm glad somebody knows what I'm talking about. I wasn't, that was mean, but I wasn't trying to be mean. It was just a meme. Sal says, Nigella Lawson is a goddess. We're not going to argue with you there. I have her book, How to Be a Domestic Goddess. I think I've still got it upstairs. I don't think I've ever cooked from a recipe book. I don't think I have. I buy them. I get given them. Erica gave me an awesome one. It was a Star Wars themed one. But I don't think...
It's very, very hard. I find it very, very hard to cook using a written recipe. I read it and read it and read it and read it. It's like these HelloFresh things.
Yeah. See, the HelloFresh menu cards I quite like, but I don't use them. I use the app.
But you read it well before you start.
I actually don't. I flick through the instructions on the app.
The thing is, once you've done it the first time, you then see all the shortcuts. Make it so much quicker. And it then becomes obvious. Actually, writing a recipe must be a bit of a nightmare to do it in stages so that everyone understands.
I always struggle, and not the same thing, but we play a card game called Crazy Eights, and I get asked to I'm going to just shut the curtains here because the light balance is flickering. Hopefully that's slightly better. I think that's slightly better. Yeah, there's a card game called Crazy Eights that we play, and we teach it to basically everyone that comes to the house, and then they go away and then they try and play it with their friends, and they always message me and say, what are the rules? And then I have to write down the rules for this card game, and it's really difficult to explain it written cohesively that makes sense without missing anything out. So it's kind of the same as recipe, because you kind of like, oh yeah, you need to do this, 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 and this, and this. Oh, but don't forget this. And then there's also this. But then there's this. Yes. Olivia says hello to Mum.
Hello.
Carol says good morning. Just waking up here too. Good morning, Carol. Caroline says dry sheets need a barely warm iron. Bethany says you were talking about food. Your dad still said, I'll show you my favourite dish. I thought he was going to show us a recipe, but you showed us an actual dish. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I've got favourite knives, favourite pots, favourite pans.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Very good. Well, it's true.
Yes. Olivia says, haha, I get it. Caroline says, I use books for baking more than cooking. Yeah, I suppose baking is a precise art, isn't it? And you have to follow the recipe exactly to get the outcome that you want.
Yeah.
But cooking, at least the way that I was taught, and obviously the way that this family does it, tends to be more of a
soup some of this, soup some of that.
What have I got in the cupboard, and how can I make it taste good?
Yeah.
I always follow the recipes for cakes.
Yeah. Did you hear that? Mum says she always follows the
Mum was
recipe
the same
exactly
same as you, Caroline, for baking.
Yeah.
Sal says a stormtrooper recipe is more of a miss than a hit. That's a terrible joke, Sal. Oh, you'll love one of my t-shirts. I was wearing it in yesterday's vlog. You won't see that till Saturday next week, though. But it says, it's from QWERTY, and it says, red shirt warning, wear at your own risk, can cause death, with a little dead red shirt on it. Anyone who's not a Star Trek fan will not know what the hell I'm talking about. Cecilia says to Bethany, I thought he was making a dad joke too, but then you showed your actual dish. No.
Sorry about that. A bit nerdy, really, isn't it? I don't take it to bed with me, but I do nurture it. There's two smaller ones as well.
Didn't we have two big ones, or did you only ever have one big one?
Sorry?
Has there only ever been one big one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Bethany
the
says,
thing is, we bought them in Menorca. We actually got them home without breaking them, and I've used them constantly since, and they're very, very robust.
Yeah.
It's amazing, actually.
he keeps encroaching onto my territory.
Who does?
You do.
Oh, right. No,
I'm going to have fabric on here in a minute.
there is a very big encroachment.
Yes, it's me.
But yes.
Yeah. This is quite fun, actually, rather than being stuck in the sewing room. I like this.
Oh, God.
Right. I'm not going to do it all the time because they will get annoyed with me. But
Well, we do it next week outside when I'm trimming the grapevine.
I don't think the internet stretches that far.
Okay, we can make it.
I won't be here next week.
Oh, right, okay.
So he's covered up all my chairs. It's all right. We can make it work. We can make it work. Right. Okay. How are we going to do this?
What do you need to do?
Just
Get
get
me to fold the sheets with material.
Sorry?
Is it dry?
Sorry?
I think this stuff's dry.
Do you want me to fold it?
Yeah, we can do that.
Well, I don't think it's dry, so.
The joys of family life. We've got to remember not to swear at each other. I think this is dry.
I'll fold it. It can still air.
I can't bear fold it.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Lighting.
You see, when I do the fabrics on my own, we never had this debate.
No.
Yes. Then I know it's dry.
I'd like it folded in.
I suppose it is going into your stash. It is so soft, isn't it?
It's lovely. It's really, really.
Michelle says there's 2 more boxes coming. One
We're going to do that, yeah. I'll just hold it.
We've got fun.
What did Michelle say?
There's 2 more boxes.
2?
Yeah. One of fabric, one of patterns. I'll keep bringing it this way so you can get it all together.
Oh, I see. You're not going to do that.
No, I don't like that way of folding it.
What way of folding?
Your way of folding it.
What, with tension?
No. The way you actually fold the fabric. The tension's a good idea.
Well, you can dictate the folding, but you've got to have tension, otherwise it doesn't go anywhere.
I know. There you go. You bring it back on.
No, I don't.
Arguing
I want
already.
to use it for cutting out.
So I like you to just.
I don't like that way of folding.
Ah.
Well, walk away so there's tension.
That's
Oh, lovely.
The nice thing about checks is you can go to the right colour. Make sure that you're getting.
Oh, yeah.
I don't like
Exactly.
this way of folding fabric.
I do, because then I can use it.
Yeah, but you have to iron it before you.
Not this.
Yeah, but you mustn't walk towards each other. You must pull the other
There
person
is
forward.
tension
Keep the
on
tension
it.
on.
It's lovely.
Oh, look at that!
Well
Very
done.
good. Very
Hey.
good. Yes.
How many family arguments can one family have about fabric?
Yeah, I love it. Now we can do yours the way you want it.
Oh, is mine ready?
Oh, isn't?
No,
Oh, right. It's
it's just the one.
Okay. Thank you. Lovely. Oh.
This is what I live with on a daily basis. It is a wonder that we've not killed each other over the last 6 years. Can you move your leek?
You're quicker than me, so that's why you're
Exactly,
still
that's
alive.
why I'm still
Yeah.
alive. Can you move your leek? He's got a leek in his look. Got a leek in the way. If you weren't seasick before, you will be by the end of this. This seemed like such a good idea.
It is.
Well, you can't stop me now. I'm mid-flowing.
No,
my cheese sauce.
No, I'm not trying to stop you at all. Not sure how many projects I'm actually going to get cut out with all the chatting that's going on, but yeah.
Concentrate.
Let's see. Oh, where did I get to? Bethany says to Cecilia that it's a good, not just her that thought it was a dad joke. Glenda says, hi from the Netherlands, late to the party. He's making as much noise as possible.
I am not. I'm just eagerly spreading flour in my roux. I'm making a roux.
He is making a roux. See, I do the Heston style of cheese sauce with the condensed dry vermouth and chicken stock. It's really not very good. Well, I suppose neither cheese sauce is particularly good for you. Yes. Wilson started putting weight on when I was going up there regularly and cooking every weekend and then making, because I was batch making dinners as well and putting them in his fridge and his freezer for him. He started complaining that his jeans didn't fit anymore. RB's Creations is here from South Carolina. Good morning. Debbie says, I have Nigella Lawson Kitchen. It's a rare book for me as there are about half a dozen recipes I actually cook. Oh, cool. Francine says, good morning from Trenton in the US. How much did I miss? So far, an hour and 3 minutes of me ironing one pattern and a bit of fabric and chatting about recipes. Nimue says, I always wondered why they switched the command crew to red uniforms in the Next Generation onwards, because it was an in-joke, Nimue, that if you were wearing it, so if you watch the original series, of Star Trek, which I highly recommend because William Shatner and Leonard Nimoy and the rest of them was just awesome. But if you watch the original series of Star Trek, anytime they went on any away mission anywhere, the commander is in gold, the science officers are in blue, and then the generic kind of like everybody else, and then Uhura was...
There was security staff.
No. But they were in red. But any time they went on an away mission, the random cast member that you've never seen before, wearing a red shirt, you can guarantee he's going to die. You can guarantee it.
Do you know why the British Redcoats wore red?
Why?
Didn't show blood.
Oh, they were lobsters, weren't they? The Marines, the lobsters, Marines, weren't
Lobsters.
they? Yeah. It's like Deadpool. Should have worn your brown pants. I wear red because the blood doesn't show. Deadpool does make me giggle. I'm so glad they made that movie.
Why do you think in horror movies all the victims are dressed in white?
Well, yeah. So it's all nice and shows up and,
Yep.
Look how much I've been murdered. Yes, but yeah, so basically there's loads of like, you can watch Family Guy and they've got a Star Trek episode and somebody will turn up in a red shirt and they'll look at everybody else and there's also a meme that they need to turn into a t-shirt and it's a stormtrooper and a Star Trek red shirt and the stormtrooper fires and misses but the Star Trek red shirt dies anyway. I am such a nerd. It's clearly raised correctly. So I'm just sorting out this fabric so it's folded and just nicely on grain. You should be able to tell if it's on grain when you fold it because it should lie nice and flatly. And if it doesn't, if it wrinkles, that tends to mean that it's slightly off grain and you need to readjust the selvages so that they fit together better. Having done all that, let's hope that my pattern pieces fit onto this fabric. Because if they don't, I shall cry. I think they do. Okay, so it's the centre back and the centre front. Right, okay. So, there we go. It's cut slightly wonky. A little bit wonky. So I need to just move everything down. Scotch.
Yummy.
It does smell rather wonderful.
Yep.
That's another nice thing about working in here. It smells good. I'm enjoying this.
We're
Right.
halfway through it.
Where did I get to with the chat? Oh, is there a cube to spare? Just the one cube. Sustenance.
Mature cheddar. Don't buy any mild or namby-pamby. Mature every time.
Unless you like namby-pamby mild cheddar. They're allowed to like what they like.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Olivia says, I get asked for my recipe, but I don't measure. So if you're not here, you'll never know how to make it. That's like me with my bolognese. I don't measure anything. I kind of just add stuff until it tastes good.
Yeah, you do it by eye and touch and feel.
Sal says that he gets the red shirt thing. I thought you would, Sal.
Which is how it should be.
Olivia says, it feels like we're visiting your home, except we can be in our PJs. I mean, to be fair, there's nothing wrong with PJs anyway. Dilek says, sounds like the Fwiff and the Quilting Queen need their own daily vlog. No, because it's going to be me that ends up editing it. You guys keep saying this, and it's like, no, I already have 2 full-time jobs. I do not need to take on another one.
I tried Instagram. It's hard work. Honestly, it is hard work because it does need editing.
Yup. But yeah, no, if I can ever afford like staff, then possibly, but no. Olivia says, I agree. Hopefully the Fwiff will post his pruning of the grapevine on his Instagram page. Olivia says, it's okay, keep talking. It just sounds like a normal home family.
I tell you what, there'll be so much cussing by the time I've edited that. It'll be and that'll be it.
It will be like the like click the fingers and just everything's done. Cecilia says, a well-fed man is a well-loved man. Yes.
Well, what?
A well-fed man is a well-loved man. I said we'll start putting weight on when I cooked for him as often as I used to. I've got 8 HelloFresh meals being delivered. Well, I've got 5 being delivered this Thursday, and then another 3 being delivered the following Thursday. So we're not going to starve. We'll need to get breakfast.
Never be without it.
Coleman's mustard. I use mustard
Never
powder.
be without it.
When I was in
Or the powder.
When I was in Saudi Arabia, I got very excited because we went to the supermarket and they had a kilo box of this, and I bought it as a souvenir. It was full of mustard. Everyone thought I was mental. They were like, "Oh, is that for the box? Because of the box?" And it's like, no, the mustard. 1 kilo of mustard powder.
If you're left on a desert island, you want this and Marmite. That's it. You don't need anything else.
Okay.
None of your Vegemite or anything like that.
Oh, it's fighting words. Fighting words. Nimue says, I know what happened to the red shirts in the original series, but what does it say to make the command staff wear that dangerous colour? I know. I think they were trying to get out of the ridicule of like the red shirts always die. But then in Next Generation, the only main character, there was a few deaths, but it was the main character Natasha Yar, who was the main. It was a big death, wasn't it? She was the security staff, and they were down. So yes, she got killed by the big black blob hate monster. That was a big deal when that happened. Well, I haven't watched Next Generation in a long time. I think it's still all on Netflix. Might have to start that again after I finish the Gilmore Girls.
The other thing is, if anybody remembers me and James being here, clean as you go. I mean, look at it. Look at it.
He's been very tidy. Not that you can see, really. Where did we get to? Alison says, please tell the QQ that Knittables have a very cute knitting pattern for a dragon that she may like to attempt. I'm not sure Mum's ever going to knit another dragon. I think she's done one, and that might be it. I think that was much at my urging. And she says, on the subject of knitting, Boys and Girls and Ravelry has Gertie design knitwear patterns. I love Boys and Girls. Yeah, the stripy one that they've just released. I'm going to work up to asking Mum to do one of those. Thing is, we've got loads of double knit in my stash, and I want to try and get through that. And the Boys and Girls one, I think it's the Joni sweater, isn't it? Uses the lighter weight 4-ply, I think. Is that right? I am not a knitter. Nicole says, this is so fun, just like our house with all the bickering, sarcasm and terrible jokes. It's like having friends around to visit.
Bickering?
Terrible jokes.
Bickering.
Delik says, oh, now I understand the Star Trek joke, even though I watched it as a child. Nicola says, I've just harvested my first grapes off my grapevine. I'd love to see your dad pruning his vine. I'm not going to be here next weekend, guys. You're going to miss the pruning. Then Charlotte says, hi, having lurked the last 2 weeks, thought I better sign in to say hi. Nigella is a goddess, currently cooking ottolenghi shepherd's pie with butterbean crust, vegan style. Very nice. Very nice. I've not heard of this chef before. I shall have to investigate.
What chef?
Ottolenghi. Vegan, but so we probably.
Oh, Australia MasterChef. The vegan guy got knocked out last night, but he's absolutely brilliant. His vegan stuff was beyond belief. Is she Australian?
Who?
This vegan chef they're talking about.
I think it's a guy.
Sorry?
I think it's a guy.
Oh, you never know, do you?
Well, no.
These days.
No.
I mean, if you're named Leslie, who are you?
Yeah.
Here.
Oh, I get to try the cheese sauce. Let's make sure I don't. It's mustardy, cheesy goodness.
Good.
Yes. Oh, you can see my hands, I think, sort of. Hello. You can. There I am in the mirror. Right. So pocketses. This is a sturdy fabric, so I like, and I mean, pockets are kind of one of the design features I love about this skirt. So let's get this cut out.
Don't forget, you get a second helping out of the mirror there.
Yes, you can just about see the back of me. I have waved. Okay. My scissors. These are my Kai shears that were a gift from KK. And I absolutely love these very much. Chris says hi from Adelaide. Vegemite. There was fighting words.
No.
Oh dear. What have you started, Chris? What have you started? Nimue says, don't forget to like the stream, peeps. Thank you, Nimue. Alison says to Charlotte, that sounds delicious. What book are you getting the recipe from? Soap Lady 52 says, hello from Easterboga, Alabama, USA. I hope I said that correctly. Hello, welcome. Alison says, Whiff, check out the Bosch boys. They are amazing. There you go. That's one to Google, Dad. Bosch.
Bosch.
Bosch, exclamation point, boys.
BOSCH.
Yes.
Yep.
Now, you guys get to see me cutting out in real time. Usually this is all time-lapsed. If only it could be as quick as the time-lapse, they'd just have everything prepped already, wouldn't they? But when you're cutting out, and I'm sure I'm teaching most of you to suck eggs at this point, you are meant to cut out with the fabric on the right, left side of your shears. I don't like that. I like to do it the wrong way, and I cut it out with the fabric on the right side of my shears. I have found that it's
water shine.
More accurate for me.
Oh. Done.
Thank you. So I will just spin you around a little bit because otherwise I'm going to be out of frame for the next bit. Let's cut out the pocket. Pockets.
Wow.
I love this print. The cotton lawn was actually bought from Sew Over It during the last time, I think it was the last time Mum and I went to the knitting and stitching show, and it was that year that it snowed, and Sew Over It were meant to be having a party, and we got ourselves from West London to East London to go to this party, and we arrived and it had been cancelled, and she'd announced it on her Instagram stories, and I at the time at the time, have we got a plastic carrier bag? We don't really have very many of those anymore.
Are you going to generate much?
Yes. Although it can go in a smaller one. Oh yeah, perfect. I can go straight in Mum's poof. Yeah, so we arrived and she cancelled the party, but she'd done it on Instagram stories. And Instagram stories was a new thing, and I kind of didn't really sort of follow them or look at them. So we arrived and we were like, hi, and then there was no one there. Thankfully, we arrived before the shop had shut. So the very lovely sales assistant was like, you can have the discount, no problem, because they were doing the discount the next day at the show. She was like, you can have the discount, no problem, ever so sorry, all the rest of it. And they had this fabric, the cotton lawn version of this print, and they listed it at £12 per metre on the tag. And I was umming and ahhing about it because I was like, oh, I love it, but oh gosh, I want 5 metres because I was going to make a difference. I was going to make a different shirt dress with it. And she rang it up and she was like, she said how much it was. And I was like, even with the discount, that wasn't the correct price. And I said to her, it's £12 per metre. And she's like, oh, no, it's £15 per metre. And I showed her the tag and she went, oh, Oh, right, okay. And so they honoured the £12 per metre and put the discount on top of it. So I ended up with the Lady Mackerel cotton wool for an absolute bargain. Definitely worth the nightmare trip getting there in the snow. And then we kind of made our way home via different buses and things. And I used the Google Maps for restaurants near me, and then looked at recommendations, and we literally hopped off the bus at near this restaurant which had a good Google rating, and it ended up being really lovely. This French place we found. Yeah, that was a bit of an adventure that evening. It wasn't the best of nights, but it was worth it in the end. So none of these fabric scraps are going to go to waste. They will all get put into poofs. Proper concentration phase here. Are you throwing things on the floor?
Sorry?
Are you throwing things on the floor?
Not long. Quick wash and it's all right.
Now, some of these scraps are big enough to get put into Mum's quilting stash. That kind of size. And then these little bits will get put into the boots. And once we finally manage to fill the boots, they will get put into the dog beds that we're going to start making. He is so noisy.
Right, put it in the dishwasher.
Yeah. Okay. So, I'm gonna need these pins. So I take all of my pins out, apart from one, so that the pieces are easily identifiable. And then I clip in any notches, and then I mark on any points that I need to mark before I take the pattern piece completely off and put it to the side. And that's just what works for me. So for this one, I need to mark on the position of the corner of the pocket.
I'll show you what I've done.
It is, yeah. I can always redo this at a later date, but just so it's on there. This one needs to be in the... This is what I have too, because I have dark fabric and light fabric. Right. Okay, so, it's only taken me an hour and 22 minutes to cut out one piece of fabric. At this rate, we're going to be here for a while.
In the meantime, here's something I prepared earlier. This is going to be equivalent of a cauliflower cheese, but it's got carrots, parsnips, leeks, as well as broccoli in it. But I'll put that on one side.
Is there any cauliflower in there?
Yeah, there's cauliflower right in the middle.
Okay.
And then this delish
Oh yeah, that
sauce.
is very good.
Simple roux, cooked down mushrooms, lots of mature cheddar cheese,
From my HelloFresh
big
box.
dollop of Coleman's mustard, salt and pepper. Leave that on the side. When the time comes a little bit later, spread it over that, put it in the oven. Now I'm going to do the chicken.
Okay. Where did I get to with the chat? Let's catch up with the chat.
Well, you should have an audience now. I'd be doing this if you were in the other room.
Not complaining. I don't think anyone's complaining. Charlotte says, from simple substituting soya mince for lamb's mince. Is that from the cookbook that you were talking about?
Simple doing what?
The Ottolenghi shepherd's pie, soya mince instead of the lamb mince for the shepherd's pie and things.
Yeah, we've done that in the past, actually.
Yes, they were very kind when I was trying to be vegetarian. They did cook me a lot of veggie meals.
You can put a lot of flavour into soya, but if you then, as a vegetarian, don't eat vegetables, it is extremely difficult.
You get ill, as I did. Dilek says, oh no, did the Australian vegan guy go out of MasterChef? Yes, apparently he did. They're loving Australian MasterChef. I have to say, I think it's my favourite of the lot. Alison says, I have those scissors too, and I just love them too. They are awesome. Olivia says, Sian, what is your dad making? I must have missed it if you already said. Well, he's just shown you. He is preparing the roast dinner for later. Soap Lady says, you did. Good job. Most people murder it. Lol. Oh, I said it right. Well done, me. I shan't try it again because I'll probably get it wrong. Caroline is here from Texas. Good morning, Caroline.
Hello, Texas. This is the bit I love about your around the world bit.
Yes. Alison says, I love the sound of the Kai scissors cutting the fabric. It kind of reminds me of what walking in crunchy snow sounds like. Caroline says, I remember that March. I watched your vlogs in the ICU waiting room and Mum... He's doing it on purpose now. I watched your vlogs in the ICU waiting room and Mum's bedside. And you and the QQ kept me sane when we lost her. Oh, Caroline. I'm so sorry, and I'm glad that we could be there for you. That was a very... very chilly March. Ever so often says, I've liked twice, watching on the TV and commenting on my phone while I cut out 2 Jarrah sweaters. Oh, I need to make the Jarrah sweater.
Anyone know what that is?
It's a squash.
Well, it is in the squash family. That is
I'm
true.
impressed with myself.
Yeah.
What is it?
Well, here we call it a courgette.
That's not a courgette.
Well,
zucchini.
Zucchini. It is a form of courgette. It's not the green one.
No.
Because it's a yellow one. And it's quite different. It doesn't grow long like the other one, turn into a marrow. It just gets plumper.
Did you know that?
Yeah, Mum grew it. And you have to use them quite early on. This one's, I have to say, a little bit over, but I'm going to put this with onions as a base under the chicken. Just needed to know that.
Okay. Alison says, oh no, I've read that one, sorry. Caroline says, Alison, me too. That slicing sound is so satisfying. Olivia says, it's okay. When he runs the water, we can still hear you. Oh, that's good. Alison says to Caroline, I love the precision cut of the Kai scissors too. It was making cutting out enjoyable. And it was one part of sewing that I used to hate doing. Olivia says, to ever so often, I watch on my Apple TV and respond on my phone. Oh, awesome. Debbie says, remember to like the stream, folks. Olivia says, I never thought of putting mustard in my cheese sauce. Oh my gosh, Olivia, have you not? Oh.
Not too much.
Not yet. Yeah. Just a touch, but ooh, that little bit at the back. Oh, so good.
Or, because you two don't like it too much, a little touch of chili.
Yeah.
Yeah. Magnificent.
Yeah. If he had his way, then we'd be eating a lot hotter food. Debbie says that cauliflower cheese looks lovely.
It will be.
Yes. Caroline says, hello, Fwiff. Is it the spaghetti squash or yellow summer squash?
I don't know. Is the answer?
We know it as yellow courgette or yellow zucchini.
Oh.
Maria says we call it summer squash in the US. And Olivia says, ooh, that sounds good. Yum. Alison says zucchinis, courgettes make great cakes. They do. Instead of the butter, isn't it? Aunt B's Creation says, yes, chili in capital letters.
Absolutely.
And Alison says the mustard brings out the taste of the cheese. Not going to argue with that. Right. So I only need to cut one of these because I'm going to cut the other one out of the cotton lawn. So I'm going to fold this in half so I can pin it onto the fold of the fabric to then pin that down and cut that one out. It won't fit on anywhere else with it. I'm gonna end up, I think I'm gonna have enough of this fabric left to make a purse, which is good. I don't think I'm gonna have enough to make a matching handbag for the Annette that I just did. I don't think. No, I think I'd need to buy some more if I wanted a matching handbag, which I kind of do. And I did say about maybe making a denim jacket out of this fabric, so I could get some more. Because, I mean, as you know, I don't have enough fabric. Does anyone ever have enough fabric? Dad, don't answer that.
I'm mysteriously quiet.
He is. I really have to go through my Hello Fresh meal, so I will be having that for dinner. As lovely as this is all smelling, I don't want to waste them. Not that I suppose I could give them to you and Mum. I don't know what Mum's listening to in the background.
If anyone's wondering why I've got the chicken out now, before I cook it, meat cooks better. It's brought up to room temperature. That way you don't have meat that's warmer on the outside and much cooler on the inside. You get different cooking characteristics. You didn't know that, did you? You kind of worked it out.
Yeah, not that I don't think I'd ever had it spelled out anywhere.
Always bring your meat up to room temperature.
Can't hear you while you're talking.
Right. Always bring your meat up to room temperature. Takes about an hour, hour and a half.
Unless you have an agar and then just stick it on top of that. It's so noisy. Mum? Yeah? What are you listening to? What are you listening to? What are you listening to? Oh, good, you're carrying it on. I've been telling Mum she needs to listen to the Amelia Peabody series for ages, and we started. And then when we were in the sewing room together, and we can't listen to books that way because we spend quite a lot of time apart, and there are certain books that I just want to carry on. So I carried on, and I'm now on series book 8. But we started it again the other day from Mum from book 1, and she's carrying on listening to it now, which is awesome because there's so many things that I want to tell her, but I can't because she needs to get through this first book so that I can talk to her about other characters. I don't want to ruin it. Caroline recommended the Amelia Peabody series to me, which is awesome. Thank you, Caroline. And I've recommended it to JJ from the Camden Stitch. And if you haven't seen, JJ's back vlogging again. She took a little break and she's back, which is awesome. So yes, if you are looking for a new Audible book series to listen to, Amelia Peabody is amazing. And thank you very much, Caroline, for bringing her into my life. I very much appreciate it. Right, I'm worried that that's going to make a big freedom, so let's put some weight on it so that it can't.
Right, I'm doing insertions.
Okay, well, let's just leave that one there. We're sticking things up the chicken's backside, but let's just not.
No, the reason why is not for flavour, it's to keep it moist. And so, because I've got a lot of pears, I'm using pears and satsumas. It does impart a small flavour, but it's very successful in adding moisture.
You don't want dry chicken.
No.
No one likes a dry chicken.
No. And then I'm going to put some butter and garlic under the skin.
Naturally.
As you do.
Yes. Should be able to make a purse out of this bit. I hope. We shall see. Let's aim this way so that I can finish cutting this bit out.
At Christmas time, do you know what one of the insertions under the skin is?
What?
Sausage meat.
Ooh.
And you just buy a sausage or sausages, and then just take an end off, and you can make an insertion in the chicken skin, and then you can put the sausage under the skin, and then squeeze the sausage meat out of the sausage under the skin.
Uh-huh.
Wonderful. Just another variation.
Yummy.
Yummy.
Making my mouth water.
Yeah.
I've had lunch.
Okay.
I don't need to eat, but you're making me starving. Okay. Back of the skirt is now cut out. So let's cut the waistband out. And then I'll catch up with the chat. And then we need to iron the cotton lawn and the pattern pieces for the 8577 so that I can start cutting that out, which will then allow me to cut out the facings or the linings for the waistband and the pockets, because I haven't done that yet. And usually I'd go for contrasting, but because I have the same print but in a lightweight fabric, that's why I'm going to use that. Right, let's cut off bits that are not going to be useful. Or yeah, that can go in the quilting stash. That can go in the quilting stash. And then this bit can go in the bag making stash. So there is like we do have a process for the scrap pieces of fabric that we generate. Cool. Let's catch up with some chat. Where did we get to? Where did we get to? Where did we get to? Caroline says chili and mustard are heavenly.
Oh, gorgeous.
Caroline. Oh, so no. Yes, Caroline said. Yes, Caroline said. That was Carolyn. Sorry. Caroline says I use mustard powder mixed with plain flour, salt, and pepper to dust beef for roasting. Lovely and savoury. Mm. Yep. Olivia says I will be trying the mustard. Chili. I do add. Truthfully, I add chili to almost everything. And I make a cactus and pork stew, and I add chipotle chilies, yum, with homemade flour tortillas. Nice. Daily Obsession. Hi, Shan. New subby here. I'm Jenna. Hello to all. Hi, Jenna. And I have spent the past week binging your videos. You've made my week off from work so enjoyable. I wanted to say thanks for the content. You're very welcome, and welcome to the Hangout. We have fun here. This is not the usual. This kind of cooking and sewing all intertwined. What could possibly go wrong? Debbie says, my son has sensory issues, so we cannot have very strong flavours. Otherwise, I love mustard in mashed potato.
Oh, yes. With black pepper.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Jenna says, I'm an essential worker, disability, and the stress has been insane this year. So thanks for taking my mind off of it all. You have no idea how grateful I am. You're very welcome. And that's what this has meant to be, is like a little area of escapism on the internet. So, yes. Olivia says, your dad is correct. You always should bring your meat to room temperature. Definitely. Duvalier says, all this talk of food, and I'm thinking that I need to make some soup. Yep. Caroline says, I've just restarted book 9. So Gator Mom says, I love Amelia I love Amelia Peabody. Caroline says, oh good, I hope JJ loves them too. Well, she's messaged me about the first one and just said it was awesome. So I think you've got another fan there, Caroline. Julie says, hi Peeps, please keep me company while I'm tidying my living room and sewing space. Good luck with that, Julie. Duvalier says, I don't know why, but I don't like audiobooks. I'm more of a reader, I guess. I used to be, but I find that after having spent my entire day concentrating on sewing, I find trying to sit down with an actual book and read, I find it really difficult. The only time that I physically read books now is when I'm on holiday, and they tend to be on my Kindle. I bought a Kindle specifically for going to Croatia with, because I went to pack the books that I wanted to take, and they were heavy. And I ended up reading 9 books that first 10 days that we went to Croatia. So I bought myself a Kindle, and it's been worth its
Would I
weight.
upset your vegetarians and vegans if I showed them this? Right, this is the chicken. Oh, it doesn't show very well.
No, it's
Nearly prepped. Loads of butter under the skin, lots of fruit in the cavity, sitting on a bed of zucchini or courgettes and onion. And I'm just going to go and buy some streaky bacon to cover it in that.
So
now, it's only Jane and me going to eat this. I guarantee, absolutely guarantee, that with the other stuff as well, there'll be 10 meals out of this.
Definitely.
Not 10 in a row. You don't want to be doing the same meal 10 in a row, but 10 meals. You haven't asked me what kind of meals I'm going to do with it.
Well,
one will involve a lot of chili. That'll be for me.
Yes. I kind of know what meals we're going to do.
Yep.
Right, let's carry on with the chats.
Sorry.
It's all right.
Did I interrupt?
You did, but that's fine.
Yeah, okay.
Alison says, did you make the pear apple butter?
No. Yeah, I put unsalted butter out of the fridge under the skin. And I've used pears out of the garden into the cavity. So I've not made a pear butter. So they're two completely different things. So I've used the pears out of the garden into the cavity along with a satsuma, and they will steam off inside the chicken while it's roasting and just keep it moist. They're not there for a flavour, but they're just there for their moisture, and it's nice moisture. So, and the butter though will melt under the skin. Skin will become crispy.
Yeah, roast dinners in this house are not.
It just goes on.
They're not diet food.
No.
Okay, so
I want you to show everybody sort of
he's
clean
clean.
deck.
It's very clean. It's very clean. I'm not going to be turning the camera around all the time because we will get seasick.
Yeah.
So I have finished cutting out the skirt except for the pocket lining and the waistband facing. So I've got my pattern here. I'm going to go and put this with the cutout pieces, and then I'll start ironing the next one. So I have a system. I do have a system. Let's see. Caroline says inspiration.
You got it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Inspiration for later. We are having chicken, and I have both pears and clementines. Yummy.
Yes.
Nice. Debbie says, I know it seems early, but I would like to know how you plan and prepare Christmas dinner. Wow. Tissue?
Sorry?
Tissue. Soap Lady says, I have listened to all the Amelia Peabody, Stephanie Plume, and Eve Dallas series. Awesome. I'm looking forward to getting started on the next ones, but I'm working my way through Amelia Peabody now. Rachel's here. Hello, everyone. Hi, Rachel.
Hello, Rachel.
Christmas dinner.
Right. It's planned. The idea is planned a week before, i.e., what you're going to have. So
we never have turkey because none of us like it, apart from Mum.
No. So we've had big capons. We've had venison. Things. We've had beef, and we've had multiple. Depending on who's going to be here, we've had beef and capons and so on. So you plan what you're going to have, Make sure you order it from the butcher, because you cannot turn up at Christmas and just expect to find it there. Anyway, start the day before in terms of planning what's required, and believe me, get up Christmas morning, get the stockings out of the way, and then you're on it. Because if you're not on it, it will not be ready at a sensible time. Get all your meat out of the fridge, warm it up, prep all your vegetables and so on. And by the time you've done all of that, it's at least 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock. And some of these things are going to take 3 or 4 hours to cook. So how do we prepare? Straightforward. Planning. Plan it. Do not turn up on the morning and think, oh, I'll just knock it off, because it won't happen.
Again,
Is that true?
Again, not trying to teach you to suck eggs, but...
And how do we know?
Yeah, ask us how we know. Ask me how I know. Nimue says, well, my printer is already taking a break to cool down, and I'm only on H in the pattern companies. This will take a while. Oh, gosh, yes. Alison says, hello to Rachel. Nimue says, and I have the first 4 Amelia Peabodys on my Kindle app. They came highly recommended by a writer I follow. Need to get around to reading them. You definitely do, because they're awesome. Dilek says, hi, Sean. Will there be a KB pattern swap this KB Christmas pattern swap this year? Yes, there will be. I will be announcing it at the beginning of October.
The one bit I missed. Don't think you're going to do it on your own. They're all involved. So get the sherry out, get them in the mood.
Mary's here. Hello, Mary. How are you, my lovely? And Nancy says hello to Mary. Olivia says that looks so good. So gay to Mum says, oh, that chicken sounds amazing. Caroline says, I'll be making apple butter hopefully next weekend, as there's only one small pot left of the last lot. Sandra Henderson says, the sausage and chicken under the skin is great. I'm sewing while listening to you, enjoying you and your father's company. Sarah says, hello, hi, just joined you, sewing up my first ever pair of culottes. Good luck, Sarah, and welcome. Caroline says to Nimue, Peabody is seriously addictive. I also have her Vicky Bliss books, a descendant of the Emersons. Oh, cool. Alison says, what I meant about apple pear butter is a preserve. You cook the apple's butter for a long period of time and then place it in jars that have been sterilized. It's delicious on porridge and pancakes.
Oh, I need to know more about that, because we've got a surfeit of pears that we don't know what to do with.
Yes.
I need to know more about that.
Okay, Alison, message me. Caroline says, I read the news item the other day that claimed there will be meat shortages this Christmas as the poor farmers haven't known what to breed. Oh, wow. Olivia says, we make tamales for Christmas dinner. It's part of our tradition, Mexican. Everyone in our family all over America have tamales on Christmas Eve.
What's a tamale?
We need to Google. I think I've said it right. Tamales. Have I got beef tamales? Tamale recipe. Today is specifically talking about Mexican tamales, which feature a corn-based masa dough wrapped around a filling and steamed in a corn husk. They are traditionally filled with either chicken, pork, beef, cheese, and/or beans.
Yes, please.
We should have known.
Oh, yes, please.
We should have known.
Funny, MasterChef Australia is showing off so many different cultural cuisines. That's what I really like about it. It's fantastic.
Yes.
Especially
It always makes me hungry when I watch it.
Yeah, especially if you like chili.
Alison says, what do you make for Christmas dessert? Do you make Christmas pudding? I used to make a lot of them, but with my nana, we cooked them for hours in cloth and boiled them for hours. Well, nobody in the family apart from Mum likes Christmas pudding.
I don't.
Yeah, me and Dad don't like it.
So what do I expect?
We get Christmas cake, which we love and gets made well ahead of time, but we usually end up with some kind of chocolate dessert.
Or an enormous pavlova, which I adore.
Pavlova is good, yeah. But we always find a tiny little Christmas pudding from Mum because Mum likes it. So we end up with a bought Christmas pudding.
I don't like it.
No, not a fan. Not a fan. Duvalier says, do you celebrate Christmas Eve? For us in Lithuania, our main meal is on Christmas Eve with 12 vegetarian meals, and we must try them all. And on Christmas Day, we start eating at lunch. Christmas Eve for us is not as big a... Christmas Day is our big celebration day, isn't it? Christmas Eve, actually, if it falls on the right day, you go to work.
No.
It's not a bank holiday.
Christmas Eve is panic day.
Yes.
Where's the wrapping paper? Where's the sellotape? Have I done this? Have I done that?
Yes.
Oh God, where's the sherry?
Maybe we should aim at it this year as if it is a celebration day, so that we do all that the day before Christmas Eve. New Style Warisha. Sorry if I got that wrong. She says hello. Nimoy says to Caroline, I've been reading only familiar stories for the longest time. My head needed the stability, but I'm venturing out again, so hopefully soon. Definitely worth it. Mary says, hello, my friend Nancy. How are you? New Style says, hi, dear. Duvalier says, I'll be making apple and pear butter next week also. Olivia says, you said it correctly. Yay, tamales. Alison says, I remember when Big Bird picked all your apples, so I suggested on one of your vlogs to make apple pear butter. Yeah, we need to Google that recipe.
Well, we do.
Yeah.
Soon, because the pears are ripe.
Yes. New Star says that she's the first time here. Welcome. Olivia says we do beef and pork and cheese with jalapeno. Jalapeno. There's a vlogger I watch called Tara Michelle. She knows how to say jalapeno, but she says jalapeno quite a lot. And the amount of people in the comment section who are like, it's pronounced jalapeno. And she's like, it's a family quirk. Yeah, sorry, that just made me think of that. But they do sound rather yummy. I also like papitas. Have I got that right? Although I'm not sure I think it might be Argentinian, and I've had it in papitas. See if I've got it right. No, I think I have it wrong. It's basically called I had it in Gacho Grill, so I think it's Argentinian dish. But it's corn on the cob, but made into in the paste, and it gets served in the leaves of the. I
can't stand corn on the cob.
I know you can't, but this is the blended one.
Right.
So there's no actual kernels of corn.
Yeah.
It's so good. Yummy, yummy, yummy.
I discovered corn on the cob. Why was I enjoying it? All I was enjoying was the really hot butter, not the corn.
Debbie says, I'll be making our Christmas order with the local butchers soon. The local shops will need all the help it can get this year, and it tastes so much better. Yeah, we have a butcher's that we do. A local butcher.
Yep. Island, everything grown on the island. Yep.
Caroline says, I've done pear butter. I'll message you my recipe. I have made rum ice cream with lots of fruit instead of Christmas pudding before now. That sounds yummy. It does sound yummy. And thank you, Caroline. Nancy says, your mum should come to my house for the holidays. Turkey and all the trimmings, Christmas pudding, and after all the trimming, she's welcome anytime.
And do they wear funny hats?
Oh,
that would just crown it off. Oh.
Yeah. Poor mum is she has all these things that she mum loves making cooked fruit pies and crumbles and things like that. And only recently has Dad decided that he likes them. Up until very recently, he wasn't a fan of cooked fruit. I don't like cooked fruit. I have to say, I'm not a fan. But yeah, so mum used to want to make all these things and she couldn't. So yes. Dilek says, great.
Her apple and rhubarb crumble is delicious.
Yes, but not. I don't like cooked fruit.
Yeah.
Dilek says, great. I hope it's possible to get paired with the Fwith in the pattern swapping. Think we would be a good swap partner when it comes to sweets. Yeah, MasterChef Australia is also one of my favourite shows. Do you remember that year that the very lovely Dilek sent us that giant box of goodies from Germany with all those the different biscuits in it? It was like the heaviest, biggest, giantest box that you've ever seen. It was 2 years ago. Yes, well, that's the lady that wants to get paired with you for the pattern swap.
Well, there we go. That's going to be a lucky dip then.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I don't think Dad's going to put his name in this year. The only reason he put his name in that one time was because I ended up with a late entry, and so I needed even numbers. Otherwise, I couldn't take part, and I wanted to take part.
And I got the lovely Hannah.
You got the lovely Hannah, yes.
Yeah.
So, Nimue says, funnily enough, Christmas Eve is the main event in Germany as well, but the first half of the day is work day, at least for the shops. Ah, interesting. Rachel Lynn is here. Good morning, all. Good morning, Rachel Lynn. Julie says, we celebrate all of Christmas on Christmas Eve, from food to dancing around the tree and opening the presents. That's how it's done all over the country. Interesting. Alison says, I will message the recipe that I made. That's in one of my cookbooks. I made this recipe with great success and will scan the book and send via Facebook Messenger. Thank you, Alison. So Lily Bells is here. Hello. Debbie says, I'm hoping to use offcuts of fabric to make reusable gift bags. Wrapping presents every year for the boy takes so much time. That's a really good idea. It's a very good idea. Duvalier says, for us, we have bank holidays on the 24th to the 26th of December. So it always feels like a celebration. Of course, the morning of Christmas Eve is always a whirlwind in the kitchen. Glad it's not just us. He's encroaching on my space again, Peeps. Look at this. Look at it. Right, so I'm going to iron all my pattern pieces, my giant pattern pieces, and then try and find somewhere for them to live while I iron the fabric. So far, we are nearly 2 hours in, and I've got one project cut out. Yeah, that'll be fine. It'll be fine.
So you're one project in.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yep.
And Mum and me we're on our third wash of fabrics.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I prepped a lunch.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, what have you been doing?
Chatting.
Good grief.
Waffling. All of the waffling. Do all the smaller pattern pieces first, then we'll do the giant skirt pieces. I need to go and grab the cotton lawn as well for the lining of this.
Yeah, I haven't finished on what we've done.
Oh.
Mum's nearly finished knitting your next edifice as well.
Oh, my next chapter.
I mean, what do you do with your time?
I know, I don't use it efficiently, do I?
No.
I mean, I'm not sure I should even be allowed, really.
And I've fed the dog, and I've done some hoovering.
Okay. I learnt this from Patrick Grant watching the Sewing Bee. They were doing the Japanese, it was a Japanese skirt that they were making, and one of them was struggling with the pattern because she hadn't ironed it before she started cutting it out. She'd just unfolded it and was trying to lie this pattern on the fabric. And it was in this state, which you'll see in a second. So she had this giant pattern piece that was really bendy and wouldn't lie flat. and she was struggling to get it to lie flat on this fabric, and he was watching her. And he went, she hasn't ironed her pattern pieces. And it hadn't even occurred to me that that was a thing up until that point. And I was like, oh yeah, that's a really good idea. So that's why I say you should iron your pattern pieces before you start, so that you can get an accurate trace from the tracing, that the tissue paper of the original pattern. And then you can also get an accurate cutting from your fabric, because trying to get this to lie flat without ironing it first would be really difficult. So this is when I need someone to come and sit with me and read the comments out to me, so that I can keep up with the chat and work at the same time.
I've got another job.
No.
Well, can I have your advice?
Yes.
I'm putting on the
Front band, yes.
and I've put buttons in it this time, just in case you want them.
Oh, okay.
But
Yes.
should I follow this and do just this much of this, and then
What did you do last time?
I just did? It just says on the pattern strange rib.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if you'd like me to finish it with a couple of lines.
Why not do something different?
Yeah,
Can I try it on?
because I can make holes
Yeah.
like that. I don't know if you
I
can.
don't think I can try it on, guys. I'm sorry. It's going to be a Harton cardigan.
See, while you were talking,
Yes. Have you just done something else?
Not really.
No.
Because it's not long.
Yeah, not long enough.
this
not
is
enough needle.
difficult. Do you know why it's difficult?
Why is it difficult?
The colour.
Yeah.
You can't see it.
It's
Yeah.
dark.
Yeah.
So what do
I've
you
asked
think?
for a black one next.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think? Do
Yeah,
that?
why not?
Yeah? I think it would look quite nice.
Yeah.
Do what?
Yeah.
Just gonna
Do a
mirror the this edge.
Yeah.
Do the same thing right there. Are the little bubbles on the outside? Yeah, they
Yeah,
are. Good.
yeah.
Because you said that was wrong last time, and you put them on the inside.
And then
I prefer,
then do the next one right. Yeah.
I prefer them on the outside.
Yeah. Yeah.
I prefer them the wrong way. Is that all the wool you've got there?
Yeah.
Will it go around?
Yeah.
I ever tell you the story about when my mother knitted me woolen swimming trunks?
No. I don't think.
You don't want to know.
Well, I think that's all the information that anyone that's ever knit anything needs to get the rest of that story.
I mean, I was a nipper at the time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Nana had a knitting machine, didn't she?
Oh, yeah. Fantastic machine.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm the knitting machine.
Yes. Mum is the knitting machine.
No, seriously, on my mum's knitting machine, which was one of these things with hooks and you
Yeah.
pull the things across,
There's a lady who has a big YouTube channel. about
she
that.
would knit, given that we were like 6, 7, 8, you know, those sorts of age, she would make 3 jumpers in a day.
Mhm. They were-
Absolutely fantastic.
They were always all dressed the same as well.
Oh, yeah, all dressed the same.
Because if she ever lost one, she could take the other 2 to a policeman and say, I've lost one of these. And they were like, haha, we know exactly where it is.
There is a story around it.
Yeah. Trafalgar Square, wasn't it?
Trafalgar
Yeah.
Square.
Yeah.
I'm serious.
Lost
There-
Patrick, wasn't it?
yeah,
Barry?
we lost Patrick.
You lost the youngest one, so she took the other 2 to the policeman and went, I've lost one of these, please replace it.
And the policemen around Trafalgar Square were in contact with each other, and they just said, "Oh yeah, we've got one of those," and we were reunited.
Yeah, hang on. I don't know if I've shown you guys this before. You have to tell me if you can work out which one's Dad. I think he looks so much like James in that photo. And then and Patrick looks so much like Guy.
He does, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Barry looks like himself. But yeah, you guys will have to let us know which. I'm going to keep this here so I can show you. You'll have to let us know which one you think is which. Right. Okay. Where did I get to with the chat? This is why I'm taking me so long, because I have to keep up with these guys.
I'm going to go walk this dog.
Okay.
Alison said, iron is clean. Yay. Awesome. Alex is here. Hello, everyone. I'm late, but I've made it. Hope you're all well.
3 same boys.
Oh, yeah. Well, no, I can't show them that one because that kind of gives away who's who, but I will show them that one afterwards.
Well, no, because the arrangement's different.
Well, yes, it is, but Joanne says, I wonder if the dish you are thinking about is pastel del choco, but is a Chilean dish. Oh, okay. I just know I had it in an Argentinian restaurant and I absolutely love it. And I think it was called papitas. And it was just I think it's creamed corn cooked in a in a leaf, but oh, yummy. Nancy says, funny hats from the Christmas crackers, wouldn't be without them. See, I got fed up with Christmas crackers one year, so I made Christmas crackers. I dismantled them and I filled them with a crap joke that I'd written out, and it was a crap joke. It needs to be a crap joke.
Yep.
Chocolates, a lottery ticket, and then a number. And then the number corresponded to a parcel, and whichever number you got, you had to open the parcel and you had to wear the hat that was in it. And we were going out to a pantomime that evening. It was Boxing Day, wasn't it, when we were in the Wirral?
Yep.
And I swear I did not fix this because I swear I didn't fix it. But we all opened the hats and Dad ended up with the pink Santa hat that said Santa's Babe on it. We had dealy boppers, we had elf hats and all the rest of it. But yeah, Dad ended up with the pink Santa hat and he wore it.
And it was Crave Rebel Harwood we saw.
Crave Rebel
Harwood in Llandudno.
Yes.
We drove over there and it was the most fantastic pantomime.
It was a very good panto. Let's see.
And for those of you who are not British, pantomime is a Christmas tradition, a theatre tradition, where you see villains and heroes and damsels and the whole thing, but the audience is expected to participate and shout and boo and hiss. And it is a wonderful family occasion.
This is also why I've only cut out one thing so far. Because it's taken me way longer to get through the chat.
I'll tell you what, this could be a 60-40 edition, couldn't it? 60 me, 40 you. I can change that. 80-20?
No, I need to do some work.
Yeah.
Let me catch up with the chat.
Well, I'm going to be back here in a minute.
Let me catch up with the chat. Mum's walking the dog. Right. Duvalier says, well done to Alison and hi to Alex. Alison says hi to Alex. Limore says, the most common food on Christmas Eve in Germany has become sausages and potato salad. Much less work on a hectic day as many people only decorate the tree that day as well. Oh, wow. No, I need to decorate as soon as I'm allowed. We need to get Dad's birthday done, which is on the 9th, and then we get to decorate after that. Because we need to celebrate Dad's birthday as a birthday, and then it can be Christmas. Alison says thank you to Duvalier. Alex says hi to Duvalier and Alison and everyone else. Mary says hi to Alex. Nimue says, oh, fabric. I got some in the wash and tumble dryer as well. I'll be right back. Good plan, Nimue. Alex says hi to Mary. Hope you're well. Mary says hi to Rachel. Alex says, why are you talking about Christmas? Because somebody asked about Christmas, and so that's kind of where it's still September. So, you know, we shouldn't be mentioning the C word, should we? But there you go. Rachel then says hello to Mary. Debbie says, I've been inspired to make some applesauce for dinner with what I had in the kitchen. 3 Granny Smiths and a splash of mead. It's not bad. Awesome. Sue Dolphy says, hello from sunny Seaside. My first time joining in. I love Christmas. This is good, Sue. It's not usually like this, I promise. Mary says, all good here, Alex. Christine says, bonjour, Alex. Oh, hang on. Where did it go? I lost it. There we go. Hope you're doing well. Yep, I don't want any Christmas before December the 1st.
I agree, actually. There's a big debate going on at the moment about how Christmas has encroached into October.
Yeah.
It used to be November.
If you go to the bigger supermarkets now, the mince pies are already out.
It's
appalling.
Mad.
It's mad. It's completely
Absolutely appalling.
So
it changes what it's all about.
It's becoming commercialized rather than a celebration of family and things. Yeah. Right. So Julie says, I
love it when you echo my words. You've been trained well.
Yes. Julie says, I didn't iron the Watson jacket pattern before tracing. Oh, Julie. But if it worked, I mean, this is the thing. If it works for you, it's not wrong. Sewing has got no wrong answers. Alex says, hello, Christine. I can actually do Christmas anytime this year. Mary says, Rachel, I just caught up with your latest vlog and I love how the jacket turned out. Yes, the Kelly Anorak is gorgeous. Rachel Lynn says, that's another Rachel, not me. I don't think she's here yet. She was here earlier. I don't know if she still is. Olivia says, Danny, how did you and Jane meet? I'm not going to let him tell the story because I'm actually going to do a video with Mum and Dad about their history, how they met, and the jobs they've done, because they've had very interesting lives. So, yes. Right, so this picture, Christine says, left boy for sure. So you're saying this is Dad. Julie says, middle one is the fwiff. Alex says the one on the left. Sue says you're so lucky your mum knits all those lovely cardigans and jumpers. I am. Nicola says far left with the curly locks. You mean is left? Sorry, are you guys seeing this backwards? Is this your left and this your right? There's only one for the middle so far, and we've got I think more for this one.
Before you say anything, Sean.
Oh, okay. We're gonna take a poll. Okay.
Hang on.
But hang on, I need to see our left. So there, this one.
Can you read that, for God's sake?
No. What's the bottom word say?
Eldest.
Oh yeah, Dad's the oldest, if that helps. Right. Okay. Hang on. Where did we get to? So you're seeing this as the left. So we've got one on the left. Alex says you gave the best advice on one of your followers on how to put the neckband in using knits. That was so perfect that I screenshot it. I plan on copying it and hanging it on my wall next to my serge. Awesome. Kathy's here. Alex says to Mary, I think thank you. It's because I've made lots and lots. My first ones were horrible. Mary says, well, hello, Rachel Lynn, pleased to meet you. Caroline says, I took my Portuguese daughter-in-law to Panto in Windsor last year, and as much fun watching her as watching the actors. My youngest niece was in it too. Oh, cool. So Gator Mum says, I'm decorating the tree as soon as Halloween is over. There are no rules this year. This is true. Mary says, I put the Christmas tree up the day after Thanksgiving, November 28th. I love decorating my tree. Alex says, my birthday's in November and I'm not allowed to think about anything else until then. Very true. Michelle is here. Hello. How are you, my lovely? Nimue says, I first saw Christmas biscuits in the shops last week. Lasai. Yeah, but still, Liebkuchen. Yes, if for any of you that are new, my obsession with Liebkuchen is mighty.
And mine.
Yeah. Kathy says, Christmas decorations are out already. Julie says, Nimue, there is a reason why the Danes have always lovingly called the Germans sausage Germans. Rachel says she's still here lurking in the background. Christine says, no, the other one on the left, our left. So this one, far left. Where are we? We're lost. Michelle, we're trying to work out which one of these is my dad. This is Dad and his two brothers. Carol says you are pointing to our right, left, curly one, the curly haired one. Nimue says, and I think we kind of do the tree for 12 days of Christmas here, which otherwise isn't a thing at all, but it usually gets put up on Christmas and comes down by the 6th of January. Yes, it gets, we take it down by the 6th of January, but we put it up a lot sooner. 6th of January is the 12th day of Christmas.
Whatever the 12th day of Christmas is.
Yeah.
Religiously, it's down.
Same.
And I don't mean that in a religious sense. It has to be down. Otherwise, Mum's upset, I'm upset.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. So Gator Mum says the middle. Kathy says the middle. So we've got most votes for this one, but there's 3 votes for this one. Michelle says, hello, sir. How are you today?
I'm very good.
Michelle's the one that sent you the presents yesterday.
Oh, thank you very much.
You missed it.
The fabric.
Yeah.
And it's washed.
Yes, washed
folded,
and ready to go. Yes.
Now there's pressure on people once it's washed, ready to go.
No, we've decided it's going to be your Christmas
ready to
present.
go means get on with it.
No, Christmas present.
Yeah.
Caroline says, Whiff is the curly fella with the mischief in his eyes. Bethany says, the only thing we like about Christmas getting earlier is we can stock up on mince pies as soon as they're in the shops, as my partner is obsessed with them.
No.
I usually get sick of them by early December.
No.
Rachel says, I have friends who put Christmas decks up in November, then take everything down after Boxing Day. I don't get it at all. They're supposed to be up till the 6th of January.
There's a lot of people here of a certain age, but I'm of a certain age. Listen, tangerines never arrived in this country until around Christmas time. They weren't imported. It wasn't what we have now. Mince pies, you never got till Christmas Day and Boxing Day and so on. I mean, everything now is just available all the time. At that time, Christmas was the smell of these things and the taste of these things that you couldn't get the rest of the year.
Yeah.
What a life I've led.
Yeah. Cornell says, hi Sean, hi everyone, have I walked into Christmas? Yes, sorry. Mary says, hi Michelle, tree comes down New Year's Day. Okay, so most of you have said it's this one with I think 3 votes for this one. Well, whoever vote for this one, this is Papa in the middle, this is his youngest brother Patrick, and this is their middle brother Barry, and here they are together. So, don't know.
Not the same.
Not the same. Yeah. So this is Barry, who's in the middle of this one. Dad is here, and then this is Patrick, who is you guys all thought Patrick was Dad in this one here. So yeah. No, the middle chap. But you can see they were dressed the same, so that if Nana lost them, she could just go, I've lost one of these. Please find it for me. But yeah, I see. The thing is, that looks so much like my cousin Guy. So much like my cousin Guy. It really is. And this just looks like James. Really, really does look like James. And then this Barry did have a son, but from a previous marriage, so we don't actually know him very well at all. I've never met him, so I couldn't tell you if he looks like Mark here. But yeah. They're saying my brother looks like Patrick. Kinda. I think he looks more like, I see James in this one way more than I do in Patrick, but Patrick looks so much like my cousin Guy. So much like cousin Guy. But he's back. So yes, Julie got it right. Nicole says, your brother, yes. Carol says, when things are economically uncertain, shops will offer holiday items earlier and earlier as they are known. Therefore, pumpkin spice lattes in August. Oh, yeah, no. Alex says that she thinks James looks like Patrick as well. I mean, they do. But, I mean, you guys have never seen my cousin Guy, so you can't see the... I'm
very reassured about that. You know, family trait of being extremely... Is it handsome or beautiful?
Oh, I think the word you most often use is beautiful. Oh, he's pleased with himself. He's very pleased with himself.
Me.
How about this one then?
That is just fabulous.
This is a picture, which is lovely, but I used to have friends come to the house all the time and they'd be like, oh, that's such a nice picture of you. And it's not, it's Mum. Definitely Mum.
And? Because
you can see I've got wonky, crooked, and I'm trying to say crooked and wonky at the same time.
That's a
cronky teeth.
That's a picture I took of Jane, and we weren't even married at that time.
Don't give any stories away because we'll turn a video.
Well, no, and it was back in the days of roll film.
Yeah.
So I'm so glad I just caught what your mum was all about.
It's very rare.
Absolutely fantastic.
It's very rare to get Mum to smile like that. She always puts on a photo face.
She's got the most fabulous smile.
Yeah.
And she doesn't like, within herself, doesn't like how her face looks when she's smiling.
Yeah.
But it beams.
Yep.
It just beams.
Yep.
hello,
Yep.
joy, and everything
Yep.
else. I mean, yes.
Yep.
And that, yes. Now, you see, that's how I met your mum the second time, in a crowded room. And I'm not joking. She beamed that smile to me across the room. And that was it.
Aww.
Gone.
Aww. Alex says, at least nobody looks like the neighbour.
Thank fucking Christ for that.
Don't demonetize me, Dad. Oh dear. Carol said, oh yeah, read that one. Alex says, I think James looks like Patrick too. Susan says, your brother certainly looks even more like your dad in the second photo. Yeah. Julie says, I think James and Danny looks very much alike, both dashing and full of good fun. Yes. Duvalier says, we decorate the tree on the 1st of December and take it down by the end of January. We used to do similar to Alex, but my sister's birthday is on the 23rd, so we wanted to celebrate her. Yes. Granny's birthday was Christmas Day, so that was Christmas morning was Granny. Christmas afternoon was Christmas.
Yep.
2 cakes. 2 sets of presents.
No, and 2 sets of celebration.
Yep.
Nothing could start about Christmas till after midday.
After birthday had been done.
Which was fun, actually, when she was here.
Yeah.
You know, it was fun.
Yeah. And totally right. Just because you're born on Christmas Day does not mean to say you shouldn't celebrate your birthday.
Correct.
Julie said the picture was mum. Michelle said beautiful mum. Mary said, I thought the picture was you. Alex says that's a lovely picture. Nicola says, hearing your dad talk about your mum like that is just lovely. Alex says, I hope Hedge Hubby talks about me like that. I'm sure he does, Alex. Julie says, I found rolls of film in my parents' fridge this year, 2020. Oh, wow. Are you going to get it developed? I hope it comes out.
It will.
Yeah.
It will.
Michelle says, oh, that's an amazing story. I love it. Kathy says, sweet. Bethany says, oh, your dad is adorable. Daily Obsession says, how lovely to hear your dad still speak of your mum like that. Heart-melting stuff. Yes.
Well, there we go.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's iron some fabric and get some more work done. Oh, I can bring you closer while I do this, can't I? So I can try and do the 2 things at once. We all know how well that usually goes. Let's see. Oh, I need to drink more. Dad, could you put the kettle on while you're around there?
Oh.
Thank you. Right, you're closer. Let's see if I can read you. Ooh, I'm going to just tilt you down a bit. There we go. Julie says unused film. Oh, unused film. Do you have a camera that fits it?
Right. Just going to get some spooky bacon.
Michelle says, what are you making, Sean? I am cutting out a whole bunch of things so that I have work to do when I come back from London, because I won't be allowed in the kitchen when I come back from London. They're only going to let me into the sewing room side of the house, so that I can keep away from Mum, particularly. So I'm prepping a whole bunch of things. So I've cut out a skirt so far, and I'm now going to be cutting out the 8577. I need to order some more of the white cotton lawn for the lining, because I have only got enough to cut out the bodice lining, not the skirt lining. And then I have the fabric from the lovely Mary, and I've decided I'm going to do the Gertie pattern with that one, the 6380. And then I also have the fabric that Michelle got me from, not Michelle, Rachel got me from Walton's. And some white peak, which I think I'm not going to cut out today because I'm still torn about what I want to make with it. I think it needs lining as well, so I think I need to order some more lining from Sherwood's as well. Their discount, they have 15% off everything until the end of this evening, I believe. So I may go back and order a bit more of that peak. fabric. I don't know if I'm saying that right, by the way. I don't even know if I remembered the name of it right. Lady McElroy Bissou. But I kind of think I really want to make that dress out of it rather than a skirt. And then I'll see, I've got some other white wool in my stash that I could possibly make the quarter circle skirt out of, because I do want a quarter circle skirt, white quarter circle skirt, because I think that's going to be really pretty. Although I was thinking about making the Pauline Alice hemispheric coat with that fabric. So who knows? Alex says, we celebrate the Christmas Eve Polish way and then the Christmas Day English way, sort of. 2 sets of presents for me. Awesome. Rachel says, how many projects do you have to cut out? Oh, I've just gone through them. I think I'm going to try and cut out 3 today. I was going to try and cut out 5, but I don't think that's going to happen. Although it might. Julie says, yes. My dad has an old Nikon DSLR. Oh, cool. Cornell says, we put up decorations the weekend after fireworks night. Looking forward to Vlogmas. I'm looking forward to Vlogmas too. I was actually thinking today, I need to start looking for the advent calendars for this year. I am so tempted to get the Lego one. Only if I can build a Millennium Falcon with it though. I'm very specific about the Lego one that I want. Right, my kettle's just boiled. Let me go and make myself a cup of tea. Amuse yourselves. Let me know if there are any other photos that you would like a little bit of a closer look at. Okay, I have tea. I have tea. Okay. Where did I get to with the chat? Alex says, have we all liked the video? Thank you, Alex. Julie says, we've gone to my aunt's for Christmas Day as long as I've almost can remember, and everybody brings something for everybody to eat. Oh, nice. And then Julie says, Lego. Rachel Lynn says, my daughter got the Lego Harry Potter advent calendar last year. Nice. Yeah, I'm thinking, I kind of want to get Dad the, he's gone out now so I can talk about it. I kind of want to get Dad the spice one. Although he really did enjoy the licorice one, didn't he? Mum's a little bit more difficult to buy for because she's very specific about what she likes. She liked the truffle one except for the coconut, and I'm tempted to get her that one again because it was hilarious. It was actually hilarious. And you shouldn't laugh at people's misfortunes, but Mum's reaction to eating coconut is so over the top. It's so funny. So yes, but I need to start thinking about that, and I'll put links to it in the vlogs, and there will be Amazon affiliate links because a lot of you guys have got yourselves advent calendars through those affiliate links, which is amazing of you. So thank you very much for supporting me in that way as well. It doesn't cost you any more. Just in case you don't know what an affiliate link is, it's a trackable link so that Amazon know that I recommended the product to you, and it doesn't cost you any extra, but I get like a 4p of the sale. But with the calendars, because they're slightly more expensive, I do get a slightly larger commission, which is lovely. So I shall have to work out which one we're going to be having this year. Really like an ironing board that's the right length, like 150 wide, but I suppose that would just make it ironing it really difficult, wouldn't it? Because it would be long. It'd be nice though. It would be nice. I'm really glad that I'm using this fabric because I've had it for such a long time and it is such a pretty print. I'm glad that I'm using both as the cotton lawn and the drill. I found some over-the-knee flat tan boots on eBay, which I have bought because I have black ones, but I didn't have any tan ones. And I love over-the-knee boots. Need to put some more water in that. So yes, I got those. And they're from Next originally, so I know they're going to fit me. Hello. Okay. Right, turn it back around. Fill this iron up, clean up the spill that I've done. This is me we're talking about. So of course I spilt the deionized water on the surface. See? Never mind. Right, where did we get to with the chat? Yeah, so the affiliate links, that's why it now has the wording ad in front of the affiliate link disclaimer. And because the conference I went to, actually nearly this time last year, they had a specialist lawyer come and do a talk for us on that particular area, and that was the advice that you don't need to put ad in the title of your video if you're using an affiliate link. You need to put the ad clearly in the description and before the link appears, but it doesn't have to be in the title of your video. It was really interesting, actually, that talk, because the ASA are very strict, and you know, I don't advertise a lot of things. I have quite a few companies, I think I mentioned it last week, that I would like my manager to approach about sponsorships, because there are quite a few companies that I have seen working with other YouTubers, and I think it would be a good fit for my channel and some of the stuff I've used for years. So yeah, but the affiliate links are an advert and they do earn me a small commission, but it really doesn't cost you any extra to use those affiliate links. Right. Let's see, where do we get to? Cornell says, I got my son the Star Wars advent calendar last year. He's 22. Perfect. Mary Manning says, I did. Like the video. Awesome. Thank you, Mary. Nimue says, I had fun with Harry Potter Lego calendar last year as well. I'm not sure I'd enjoy it this year. Yeah. I thought Nicole, is it Nicole from Noelle from Costuming Drama, made a really good point. She's like, I want to continue to enjoy Harry Potter, and it's a work and thing in and of itself. And she wants to she has a Harry Potter tattoo. So she has come up with the system of, she's called it tithing. I'm not sure if that's the correct use of that term. But if she ever spends any money on anything Harry Potter related, that J.K. Rowling would then get a cut of, she also donates the same amount of money to the Trevor Project to offset the damage that J.K. Rowling is wittingly or unwittingly causing. And I thought that was a really interesting way of looking at it. I mean, like I said, she has a Harry Potter tattoo, and though, you know, those books mean a lot of things to a lot of people. And yes, J.K. Rowling is problematic in many ways and frustrating. And I thought Noelle's take on that was good, because she still gets to enjoy the thing and also support a very worthy and amazing charity and support system in the Trevor Project. So I thought that was a really interesting way of doing it in a way. Now I appreciate that that doubles the price of every Harry Potter related thing that you get, which is not an option for everybody. I do appreciate that, and you know, it depending on how you feel about J.K. Rowling, you may wish to just completely not support the franchise in any way, shape, or form ever again. Which again, you know, again, that is your choice to make. But I thought, given how invested Noelle is, and as we've said, she has a tattoo on her arm, a Harry Potter based tattoo. She's currently making the Hogwarts Express dress, which is beautiful. So beautiful. It's really fascinating watching her put together the trims and things for this dress, this bustle gown. Her way of being able to enjoy the franchise still, to me, was an interesting and thoughtful response to it. So yeah, yes. Let's see. Where did I get to? Duvalier says, does anyone know or have tried a dinosaur calendar? I haven't, no. Caroline says, I have the middle-sized Yankee Candle advent calendar stashed away. Hubs had it on pre-order. Nice. I had Yankee Candle once. It was really good. Michelle says, yes, I have liked What About Wine advent calendar. Love them, but they're very expensive. Very, very expensive. I also thought about the whiskey ones, but none of us are the biggest whiskey drinkers. Chan Dash is here. She says, I wish we could get them delivered here in the US. Nimoy says, oh, I'm sorry that you can't. I suppose it probably end up being very, very expensive as well, trying to get them delivered from Germany to the US. Nimoy says, I got ads for doggy advent calendars recently. Does Susie get one? No, neither does she. Cornell says, I treated myself to the hemline sewing advent calendar this year. Ooh, very nice. Duvalier says, is there such a calendar? To Michelle, what was Michelle's one? Wine advent calendars. Oh, Duvalier, yes, there are wine advent calendars, definitely. Nimoy says, I also have to urgently decide if I'm up to running Gore fanfic calendar this year. Ooh. Michelle says, what about a yarn advent calendar? That was a thought, but it tends to be not the kind of projects that Mum would want to knit with it, so I'm not sure. Maybe I could make my own for her, although she'd need so many balls of yarn for the certain thing. It'd be a bit boring getting the same thing every day. I think something eatable, something edible for advent calendar, because it is that little treat at the beginning of the day, isn't it? Mary says to Caroline, I didn't know Yankee Candle did advent calendars. They do indeed. Mary says, I love the spice calendar you got for your dad a few years ago. I did too. He did too. He enjoyed that. Is this cool enough to drink yet? Nearly. Michelle says to Duvalier, I'm not sure. I don't see why not. May have to go to wine companies instead of getting it on Amazon. Oh no, you can get them on Amazon. Caroline says to Mary, they have 3 at the moment, a wreath with all the tea lights, a book which has a mix of tea lights and photos, and a tower with those in small jars, I believe. Ooh, I might go for that, you know. Debbie says, hi all, late yet again, watched the Formula One. Ooh, advent calendars. I had a yarn a few years ago, and last year had sewing one, which was full of handy sewing supplies. Nice. Mary says to Caroline, I'll have to check that out. My youngest daughter, Paige, would love that. Michelle says, what is the JK story? JK, I'm not going to go into it, Michelle, because it's a very long story. But JK Rowling is problematic for a lot of reasons. If you Google JK Rowling, you'll get the headlines and you'll be able to see. So, yeah. Caroline says, tithing is giving a tenth, usually, of income. How the church in medieval times made money. Reciprocity would be a better term. Yes, I think that's right, Caroline. I knew tithing was something to do with the church, because I know Patricia Bright does it as well. So yes, reciprocity, that's a good one. Nimue says, yeah, I like Noelle's point as well. I'm actively writing Harry Potter fan fiction right now. I'm not giving up on that. I'll find my own balance. Everything HP is just a bitter note to it now. Yeah, agreed. Rachel says, I'd like an advent fabric calendar. Yeah, I wonder if I could do that for mum with, I wonder if I could do that for mum with fat quarters, and then like some yardage on a couple of days for like a quilt. Ooh, that might not be a bad idea. Mary's just said J.K. Rowling made disparaging remarks. Duvalier says to Michelle, just found not only wine, but also different alcohol, gin, whiskey, beer calendars. Ooh, a beer one. See, I would get that for Wilson, but he's not really into that kind of thing. Rachel Lynn says, Bailey J has a 12-day calendar coming out. I kind of want that. Ah, she does indeed, doesn't she? I'm not sure. Yeah. I do love her art. Oh, possibly. Oh, you've given me ideas, Rachel. Art B's creations. The trouble is with that is that it's only 12 days, and I want one for 24 days because we do Vlogmas. So yeah. Aunt B says, Amazon has this hemline crafters sewing advent calendar Christmas gift. Nice. Michelle says, yes, Duvalier, lots of good things. Alex says, I never have an advent calendar. You should, Alex. Or you could get a whiskey one. Michelle says we could make our own yarn advent calendar. Yeah, the trouble is, like, because mum knits bigger projects rather than socks and things like that, because it tends to be stripy sock yarn that you get in, but please correct me if I'm wrong. So I'm not sure how much fun it would be getting the same thing every day. I'm kind of liking the fat quarter idea, although I'd need to start putting that together now, wouldn't I? Let's hope mum doesn't watch this. Aunt B's creation says handmade advent calendars. Perhaps I will make some for the nieces and nephews. You can get amazing panels that are. Ooh, could do that for Dad. I mean, I keep saying these things, probably not going to happen. But you can get these panels that are for advent calendars that you make up, and then you can stuff them with your own treats and chocolates, or like whatever your family puts them in. Michelle says, okay, Sean, we'll do, thanks. So Gator Mum says, last year I found wine advent calendar at Costco and World Market. Carol says, I like Noelle. Noelle's point that books are now ours. Yeah. She likes Noelle's point that the books are now ours. I agree. I think for the way that Harry Potter has evolved, it is. She thought that world through amazingly, and at the time was not. There's some problematic bits in it, but she of herself was not problematic. But yeah. Aunt B's Ruth Ann is here. Good morning, Peeps. Good morning, Ruth Ann. Caroline says, I ordered 8 days of Hanukkah yarn set. Oh, cool. Aunt B's creation says, add in needles, threads, clips, etc. A sewing notion calendar would be fun. Yeah. Alex says, I can get a very good whiskey for the price of a calendar. The single malt calendars are super expensive, around 300. Yeah. Okay, maybe just buy a bottle of whiskey and have a tot of whiskey every day, Alex. Not that I'm trying to tell anyone that should be drinking alcohol every day of Christmas. Ruth Ann is asking Carol where she got her Hanukkah yarn set from. I hope I'm saying that correctly. I think I am. Caroline says, I've been making up various advent panels for family youngsters. And Michelle says, yes, you could. Fabric one, it sounds, fat quarter idea is an awesome idea. Yeah. I'll have to start quizzing her on what quilt she wants to make next, because she's done her dragon quilt. She likes to do one big quilt project a year. We'll have to see what she wants for next year, because that could actually, now you're giving me ideas, because I didn't know what to get her for Christmas. But I could get her one of those Judy Niemeyer, I hope again I'm saying that correctly. I could get her a Judy Niemeyer pattern, couldn't I? And then the fabrics could be advent calendar leading up to that. I mean, that's a really expensive Christmas present though, that's the trouble. Ooh, I do like that idea though. Thing is, like, she's got 2 king size quilts already for the house. So the next big quilt I think she's making is for Rianne. I'll have to ask. I'll have to try and do a little bit of subtle research and find out what she's planning for her next quilt. If she'd want to do, like, follow a pattern, or if she wants to make her own up again. Maybe I need to make it less complicated. Maybe I ought to just buy her coordinating fat quarters of a fabric line that she loves, like one of the Lisa Chandler ones, so she can make a quilt out of that if she chooses to. Maybe I should buy like a yard of, how many fabrics? Okay, so I need 24 days. This is where my maths fails me. Alex says, not what you need to encourage me to drink whiskey. No, this is true. You were trying to get everyone else to drink whiskey last week, weren't you? Aunt B's Creation says, some of us need a shot a day to survive extended family. Lol, just kidding, kind of. Oh God, I needed it last year. Our Christmas last year was miserable. No, that's not fair. That's not fair. We are just not used to young children, and we had a young child here, and it was a very different experience. It was a very, very different experience. Very, very different. Stitch Rip Repeat says, I want a Body Shop Ultimate Advent Calendar with well over £200 worth of products, and I'm finding it hard to put it away till December. Oh, well done, congratulations. Michelle says, well, it could be one for the spare bed. Well, the trouble is the spare bedroom's getting turned into the walk-in wardrobe, so there actually isn't going to be a spare bed. That's what I mean. There's 2 king-size quilts and there's only 1 bed to put them on. She's trying to make me take one of them, and whilst I do love them and I wouldn't be adverse to that, I also want to make my own, and already have one. The first giant quilt that Mum ever made was for me, so I already have one of Mum's quilts, so technically there's going to be 3 king-size quilts in the house. So yeah. I keep saying to her that we ought to put them in like a wicker basket as blankets, because if you fold them prettily, they'll be decorative. And then if you get chilly of an evening, you can get out one of the quilts and curl up under the sofa under that in front of the fire, because there is a fireplace with a wood burner in the new house, which is very exciting. Where did we get to? Julie says, my husband just came home after a weekend away. Oh, lovely. Hello, Julie's husband. Caroline says to Mary, I've messaged you for a link for the Yankee Advent calendars. You're a bunch of enablers. I'm kind of tempted by a Yankee Candle one this year. I had one a couple of years ago. I am kind of tempted by that, because I very much enjoyed it, and I burnt my little I had the little tea lights and I burnt them in the evenings when I got home, and it was lovely. Lovely. Okay. Ironing is finished. You guys can go back over here. Ugh. There we go. I'll finish my tea and then I'll start cutting things out. Where did I get to? Churn Dash says a fat quarter a day is going to be quite expensive. That's what I'm thinking. I was thinking if I bought, so say if I bought 4 coordinating fabrics and cut them into long quarters rather than fat quarters, then the 24th there was a meter or a yard of the, or 2 yards of the. Oh, actually no. So if I did the fat quarters for the entirety of the advent calendar, and then her Christmas present was 2 yards of like the main fabric to go with it, I like that idea. And yes, it will be an expensive calendar. But if I made it Mum's main Christmas present as well, I'm on board with that. I think that's a good plan. Mary says, thank you to Caroline. Michelle says, yes, Lisa Chandler flat quarter sounds wonderful. So Gay to Mum says, does your mum like Liberty fabric? Yes, she does, but we're getting into the realms of very expensive there. Aunt B's Creation says, what about a jelly roll or a charm pack for the last day and the days working up to it be the fat quarters? Yeah, I agree, but I think, oh, it's Dad. Is Mum back yet as well? No. That's good. We're discussing what to do for her advent calendar this year. For her advent calendar this year. Yeah. And we've come up with the idea. Do you want me to move this so you can?
No, I'm going to carry on. You keep talking.
Yeah. So we've come up.
I can multitask. It's not just a woman thing, you know.
No, we were thinking. I kind of want to get her the truffles again with the coconut in it, just because it's hilarious. But I think
she hates coconut.
I know, but it was funny.
Yeah. No.
No, but I'm not finished. I'm not finished.
Carry on. My hearing's not that bad. Carry on.
Yeah. So we were thinking, and I would tie this in for her Christmas present as well. But I was thinking about a fat quarter a day of fabric for her next quilt. So I was thinking I could buy a set of fabrics.
Buy a smoky bacon.
You've got lots of bacon.
And then I'll be happy.
I was thinking I could buy her.
Buy a non-smoky bacon and I'll be happy.
I'm going to get the butter.
And lots of butter.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the chicken ready to go.
But off the surface because I'm just about to put fabric on that.
Yeah, okay.
So you can see everything.
Oh, God. Please, sorry. You can't even edit that, can you?
I can't. No, this is live.
Oh, for God's sake.
Okay, but anyway, so yeah.
Right, it's a long way up from down the bottom.
Yes.
And things move.
Yes. No, what we were
Oh,
what we were thinking was, let's not dwell. What we were thinking was that if we bought a set of fabrics that all coordinate together, and then cut some of them up so that she has something every day for her advent calendar, and then her Christmas present is a long cut of panels or something for a new quilt. We were thinking that would be a good idea.
Well, I don't. Right. First of all, Jane's stoically finished this quilt for Patrick.
Yeah. She does one big one a year.
Hours and hours and hours and hours of focused dedication.
Yeah, I mean, you're preaching to the choir here, they know.
Right. I think she's looking for something a little bit lighter for a short while.
Yeah, but this is Christmas we're talking about now.
Shirt.
No. This is Christmas we're talking about now. Advent calendars.
Okay.
We thought that was a good idea because, as we say, Mum does one big quilt project a year.
Yeah.
So if I bought the fabrics for next year, it would be a joint Christmas birthday, a Christmas Advent calendar purchase.
who is the quilt for, or what is it for? Because
I've also said
we
this.
are
I've also said this.
stacking up quilts.
Yes.
Much as, you know, people don't want to buy them.
No, they do. They just don't want to pay what they're worth.
I was just about to say they don't want to buy them because once they hear what they're actually cost.
Yep.
To
even
make,
just the not even the time.
Fabric.
Yeah.
I mean, Patrick's quilt has cost nearly £100 just in threads.
Yep.
And so people, a quilt, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
They don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah. So,
okay.
So I was going to get. We've been all through this. I was going to get Mum's favourite.
Dismiss me and no.
I'm not dismissing you. I'm just saying that we've had this discussion. We're with you. We're at the same point as you. So what I was going to say is, Mum loves Lisa Chandler, who's that Australian designer. She's made.
Means nothing to me.
Well, the sweetheart dress that she's made with the black and orange, and she made the matching purse.
Yeah.
That designer.
Oh, right.
She loves that designer.
Oh, right.
So what I was thinking was I would get some of a set of her fabrics.
Yep.
Some of them I would cut up.
Yeah.
And then the big one would be the actual Christmas present. But this whole thing is her Christmas present, but we won't tell her until she comes on.
Yeah.
And then that way she can either make a quilt for somebody else with it, she can make a quilt for herself with it. It doesn't have to be a bed quilt, it could be a lap quilt.
Yeah.
So but I like that idea for an advent calendar. Now I need to catch up with the chat because I'm really behind.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's see.
I think you also bear in mind that Mum is desperate to start teaching quilting. Not teaching major quilting, but to share the knowledge that she has so far.
Yes.
And she really, really enjoys that.
Yes.
So bear that in mind as well.
Dublé says to Alex, the whiskey calendar I found is $225. I've decided that Whiskey Festival will be cheaper. Yes. Julie says king size blankets and laughs. Carol says quilt stands for the end of the bed can hold multiple quilts. I have 2 knit Afghans, 2 throw blankets, and on the footer of my bed frame. The water. You're just leaving it running. The room that Mum and Dad will have isn't going to have enough room for that, so it would have to be something that goes into the sitting room, which is why I was thinking about the baskets. But I do like the idea of a frame so they can be put over the frame of the and in the sitting room, sort of on display but folded. Michelle says fold and then roll the quilts, that way they do not develop creases develop creased and wear on those creases. Yes, Mum has a specific way of folding them that is how you're meant to do it. Rachel says, does anyone know what's happened with the Zadie jumpsuit? I keep seeing references on Insta about the artwork being stolen and copied. I have no idea. Oh wow, Rachel says she's found out an Australian brand bought the pattern and has had it mass produced to sell under their label without permission. Oh wow. That's not good. Churn Dash says, but for fat quarters are about $3, so that's $72 for 24 days. Yes, agreed. But if I'm getting that for her Christmas present with like a tying in fabric to be opened on Christmas Day, that's to me is an acceptable amount to spend on Mum's Christmas present.
Sean, I need to wash my hands.
Okay, you can do that. That's fine. But just don't leave the water running and walk away from it. Michelle says, no, you look for the fat quarters you're wanting. You can find them on sale. Caroline says, maybe I missed it, but how did the Fwiff like the new house? Well, he's moving in, so we think he likes it. He's very stoic about everything. He didn't jump up and down. Oh.
There you go. Clean handies.
Clean handies.
Because of foodies.
Soap Lady says, according to my grandmother, advice before I got married, every bed needs at least 2 heavy quilts for winter and 2 lighter quilts for spring and fall. Well, that way you guys are lacking in quilts. You need more. They sleep under a sheet. They're always so hot. Michelle said she didn't see anything, Dad. Aunt B's Creation says, perhaps a smaller quilting project, table runners or totes.
Yeah, there's not a lot to see, but... No.
Let's leave that one there.
Yeah, we'll leave it there.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Look, the quilt, what I'd like your mum to go down, the route personally that I'd like to guide her down, whether she wants to go there or not, is some of these real art quilts.
Yeah.
I mean,
they're slightly more difficult to buy fabrics for because she
right.
has got a lot of that in her stash where she would
Right.
go looking specifically for, oh, that would make good water, oh, that would make good pebbles, or oh, I
Yeah.
could do that with this.
Yeah.
Definitely. I love the art quilts, and they, you know,
and I think she would like to go down that route.
we'll have room to display more of those in the
At
new
the same
house
time,
as
I have
well.
to explain what I'm doing now.
Dad's currently wrapping the chicken in bacon, which roasted bacon, if you've never had it, is one of the best things ever.
I
I need to catch up with the chat. This is why I'm behind.
I'm wrapping extremities so they don't burn.
Yes, he's also wrapping the feet at the boat. Yes. Right.
I'll be
Okay.
back. Don't worry.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere. So, yeah, sorry, I read that one. Rachel read that one. Aunt B's Creation says, perhaps a smaller quilting project, table runners or totes. Yeah, I like that idea. This is why I'm thinking the Lisa Chandler fabrics, because I know Mum loves that series. So I could, you know, it wouldn't necessarily have to be a big quilt from it. She would be happy with that fabric.
It's someone to give it to. Otherwise, we are
Ree,
accumulating
yes.
quilts.
Yes, Ree is on the receiving list for the next one.
Right.
Although, according to Soap Loader, you're meant to have 2 heavy ones for a bed and 2 light ones for summer. So you actually haven't got enough quilts at the moment, but we'll leave that one there.
Wait.
Michelle says that
I'm happy with my dovet.
Yes, that is the fact. They do not want to pay what they are worth at all. Yes. Yeah.
Well, they
Rachel,
don't even want to pay for the cost.
Yes.
Let alone the man hours.
I mean, when I was doing my quilt for Natasha, which was very simple in the fabric choices, it was the embroidery that made that one time consuming. But I was finishing quilting it in this shop when I worked there. And I'd have people come and be like, oh, wow, that's amazing. I'd say, thank you very much. And I actually timed myself making that and paying myself a basic wage. I think the quilt ended up being around about £3,500 with not actually paying myself what I charge per hour now, with paying myself an absolute basic wage, and it was £3,500. And I tell people when they come and look, and they'd be like, "Oh, how much would something like that be?" And I'm like, "Oh, you're currently running around 2,700, and it's not finished yet." And they'd go green and walk away. So I know some people pay for quilts that much money, but it's very few and far between that people actually realise the value of something like that.
Can you hear the dog?
That's a slightly worrying noise. It doesn't usually sound like that.
Right.
Mum's coming home, so we're going to need to shush now and move on to new topics.
Well, we can talk about...
I'm not going to finish with the chat. Let me finish the chat. Please let me catch up with the chat.
Okay. We're talking about bacon bombs.
Yes. Let me just finish this. Rachel Lynn says, has your mum thought of creating a book? Quite possibly, actually. Carol says,
in what sense?
Quilting book.
What, in the sense
For
of writing
techniques,
one?
yes. She might do. Who knows? She likes that kind of thing. She writes instructional manuals she did write them for a living kind of thing, so she might like to do that. You never know. Yeah. Carol says maybe a library ladder for the quilts. Yeah, I like that idea. I'm thinking something like that in the new house in the living room would look awesome, and there is room for it. Ever so often says, I made a sewing advent calendar for my daughter 2 years ago, bought a pack of different coloured threads, and other days were unpicker, tailor's chalk, and other bits and bobs. Ooh, that's a good idea. I could get her some, it doesn't have to be fat quarter every day. It could be some of the isocord threads that she doesn't have, but that match in with it. Oh, good plan. Michelle says, an old bound ladder to hang the quilts on is a new way some do it. Ever so often says, yesterday was Zadie Appreciation Day with lots of people posting pics in their Zadie jumpsuits on Instagram. Aunt B's Creation says, sounds like a plan. Michelle says, yes, art quilts are fabulous. So Gator Mum says, ooh, what if the QQ did an online course? Then we could all pay for her expertise. Well, we're going to, when we do the retreat next year, Mum is doing an afternoon course. And we're kind of trying to explore things like that. So...
Well, it's a combination of things. Your mum is a fantastic teacher because of her background and it's what she's done.
Yeah.
A great communicator.
Yes.
Her fear will be she can only do it to a certain level because her own expertise is only to a certain level.
Yes.
But to the level that she's at, she would be the most fantastic teacher.
Yes.
She's a fantastic communicator.
She is indeed.
Yeah.
Michelle says, I have 50 quilts. I can imagine that, Michelle.
And what are you going to do with them, Michelle?
But then half of the joy is in making them.
Exactly.
Yes.
I know. No, my point is, the joy is making them. You've got to find a home for them.
Yes, agreed. Linda says, I think Dad's cough might mean he has different ideas. Lol. Yes, you're not wrong there, Linda. Michelle says, no, they do not. That is why I've switched up to making throws and lap quilts to sell, unless they request or order a quilt. Yes, right. So Dad's just covered everything in bacon and made little bacon flowers to roast as well. I can now start cutting out this fabric. You've got to stop walking away from the running water.
Oh.
The family of mad people.
Can I talk about my bacon bombs now?
You can talk about your bacon bombs, yes.
Yeah.
Don't
right.
get anything on the counter because I'm going to put fabric there.
Right. So I've just been out and bought some smoked streaky bacon.
Hang on.
And covered the entire chicken in this.
Let's keep it moist.
Well, that's to keep the chicken moist, but also the streaky bacon is a treat.
Roasted streaky
it
bacon
rarely
is great.
makes it to the plate. It's normally the carver or general people milling around come and pick it up. But I also make these. I don't know if you can see that.
Don't drop it.
They are rolled streaky bacon, and I put them in there with the chicken, and they're like flavour bombs.
They're very good.
Never make it to the plate.
No.
Carver's perks.
Yeah. You left the doors open when you came in. It's cold.
It's not cold,
It is
for God's
cold.
sake. You don't know the meaning of cold. Speak to your Canadian friends. They'll tell you what cold's all about.
Thank you for shutting the door, Mum. Who was Susie shouting at? Calabria?
No,
David?
over the other side.
Oh, why was she shouting at David? Oh.
Doesn't like
Which doesn't like most creatures, to be fair.
it. No, she definitely doesn't like that.
No, we could hear that one. That one sounded like very aggravated barking and not like her usual. That sounded like they were having a proper fight.
We are talking to.
Yes. Right. Okay. Where do we get to? Quilting supplies she may need would. That was from Michelle. Daydreamer Believer says that looks. Linda says that looks beautiful. Looks delicious. Caroline says I do bacon bombs for Christmas dinner. Michelle says my quilting is only traditional quilts. I would love to learn new things from your mum.
This is very familiar.
Cotton lawn. Well, it's just what I was cutting out, but in a different weight.
No, the pattern.
Yeah. That's what I mean. I was cutting it out in a different weight.
Just in case we haven't got any.
She's come back with more pears. Dad's going to send her out of the house again. Christine says, are you guys will have the giant stove in the other house? Yes, Canadian bacon is the best. I think you talk about the Canadian weather. No, there is 2 ovens and a hob. We're not taking either of those with us because the kitchen is a very new and sparkly brand new kitchen, and they wouldn't fit without having to redo the entire kitchen. And also Dad would have a fit if we said that we wanted to take the Arga with us.
Yeah, the new kitchen hasn't got beautiful granite tops.
No, that will be one thing that gets changed at some point, I'm sure. Mary says bacon flavour bombs are now a thing I must make. Thank you, Danny.
Yeah.
Michelle says most
and bacon flavour bombs, I'm going to actually insert those ones inside the roast potatoes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Michelle says most of my 50 quilts are very old. One was made on the wagon train travelling from East Coast to southern Missouri.
The wagon train? I mean, do they still have horse-drawn carriages in America?
I think that's a type of...
Come on!
She inherited did it. Quite late.
Yeah. I mean, I know we still go down to the river to do our washing, but horse-drawn carriages.
We're hopeful any day now that the Isle of Wight will get electric washing machines. But
When electricity arrives on the Isle of Wight, it'll be life-changing, won't it?
it will be.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I am so sorry.
And as for running water,
Well, we have that. We've got many, many examples of that today. Yeah, guys, I'm not doing this again. Mum's giggling. Did you enjoy your walk?
Lovely.
Where did you go?
We went along into woods, our woods, up towards Barryland,
Uh-huh.
round the top,
Yeah.
down by the old church, and right the way down and along Wolverton Road.
Ah,
You know, the second house along.
it's up for sale. 1.1 million?
Yeah, 1.2.
Oh, 1.2.
1.2 million.
Yes. We can't afford it.
No.
I was hoping I'd won the lottery last night. I did check.
The frightening part is, when we arrived here, we could have afforded it.
Now, with what we've got to
Yeah,
spend
but
now.
it would need an awful lot of work. No. When we arrived, 1999,
Yeah,
those houses were available,
really?
but they were,
They were wrecks.
Yeah.
I mean, you did everything to this house, surely. You mean I could have been living in a Victorian villa?
Yeah.
Now you tell me.
Are you complaining?
No.
Can always, yes, never mind.
I am not complaining. Very excited to get this cut out. I've had this fabric for the longest time and I love it.
It's a lighter, brighter green than the one that looks similar.
Yeah, there's another print, foliage canopy, which doesn't have as many colours in it. It's all green leaves. Yeah, I liked the fact that it has the orange in there because that I thought made it autumnal, or at least I could spin it autumnal with the right accessories and things.
I don't think autumnal.
No, but if I dress it up correctly, like if I put like a rust coloured long sleeve pirate shirt underneath it and knee high boots and a cardigan, I think but then it will work for the summer as well.
Do you want to borrow my knee high boots?
No.
Okay.
I'm trying to, I was hoping I could get through life without telling these guys about your knee high boots, but apparently not.
I'll let you have the patent leather ones.
For the record, he is joking. He's already given them to my brother.
Very good. Very, very good. Well done.
Yes.
Very good.
Yes. James actually does have a worryingly large
You
collection.
have been trained well.
He has a worryingly large collection of women's clothing, but apparently it's a thing in the army. It's a known thing.
Yeah. The only bloke I know who wears his underpants on the outside of his trousers.
Captain Underpants.
Captain Underpants.
That's James's nickname.
The biggest pair of Y fronts you've ever seen in your life.
Okay.
Yeah.
All the family secrets are coming out today.
Yeah. And this is a guy you send into war.
Well, I'm guessing that's one of the reasons they do this. Have the kind of sense of humour that they do is because of the serious nature of their jobs. I'm glad I've amused him. Right, where do we get to with the chat? Michelle, I've read that one. Linda says, just put my heating on. It is cold. Thank you, Linda. And that's beautiful fabric. It is indeed. Yeah, Mum and I are lizards. I mean, to be fair, I could put my jumper on. I've got Mary. Hang on. Got my fluffy socks on.
I'm going to try and do that.
No, I don't want to have to rescue you. No.
Ain't going to happen.
It barely happened for me, to be fair. Carol says yes. The horse-drawn carriages in Amish country. Yeah, they do. That's a point.
Say again?
Do they still have horse-drawn carriages in America? You asked that question. Amish country, of course they
Oh,
do.
yeah, of course. No, I'm all for it. I mean, there's specialist farms here, which are really farms about preserving Shire horses, but they use just horsepower. I mean, yeah, absolutely for it. I'm going to have to start cooking if I want to feed your mum at 6.
That's fine.
Is that okay?
Yeah, just keeps touching my back. Sorry, he's washed his hands since the bacon.
Hey, what about the times I
know,
spread it
I
out
know,
for you and
I know,
stretch it?
I know. He's very good. He's very good. Very good. Michelle says about the quilts, they're family heirlooms, so they are displayed where the sun cannot reach them. Awesome. Alex says, I think it's my favourite hangout ever, though I can't do much because I'm laughing or typing all the time. Never again, people, never again. Nimue says, got everything printed, need more binders. I can imagine, Nimue. Michelle says, that was back in the 1800s, lol. I'll tell him when he comes back. Michelle says, it's great. I love your dad. It's great. Caroline says, the thing about teaching anything is you never really learn a topic until you teach it. The QQ is humble and kind and very talented. She doesn't need to be an expert to teach. They will love her. Agreed, Carolyn. Soap Lady says to Nimue, congrats on getting all the printing done. Duvalet says, Sean, would you like a merino silk blend? It's only 1 ply, 1 kilogram. It's a 1 ply kilogram spool for €39. 1 ply, is that lace weight? Duvalet, hang on, let's ask. Hang on, Mum.
Yeah.
1 ply yarn, is that lace weight? 1 ply yarn, is that lace weight? Would you like knitting with the lace weight? Or would you like knitting with it? Because Duvalet says there's a 1 kilogram hang on, silk, what was it, silk? Silk. It's a merino silk blend and it's €39 for the kilo. Not at the moment, because to be fair, the yarn stash is giant, absolutely giant. But thank you, Duvalet. Nimue says, Soap Lady, thank you. It was a long overdue. Mary says, lol, I'm going to have to send you a few new pairs of socks. They have to be getting a little worn. Actually, given how much I wear these, I haven't got any holes in them, which is surprising.
How many of those have you got?
I'm talking about the socks. But these, I have two.
Okay,
I have 2 of
pass
these.
on.
I have 2 of these. I have this one and a purple one.
Is there ever going to be a point in your life when you're actually warm?
Yes, when the
Where?
heating's on.
In the what?
Heating is on. Cornell says, I finally used my overlocker after it sat on the shelf for 3 years. It's brilliant. Do you use it to put the jersey neckbands on, or is it better to use the sewing machine? Personally, I use it for neckbands. I am a bit rogue. I don't put them in with the sewing machine first and then overlock them. But I know there are a few people who like to sew it on the sewing machine first to make sure that it's right and then put it through the overlocker. But like I say, I go rogue. Right.
What type of iPhone is my phone?
So I don't know.
Is it iPhone?
I don't think
6?
I think it is. I don't think you have.
No, I'm reporting it to the government.
Okay. So the pattern would have you cut out the back panel all of the back pieces with a seam down the center of it. And I've done that for 2 of them. The one that I've done the sew along for, and the one I've done the very first one that I made out of the Cobra corsage. And I personally don't think it's necessary unless you want that extra fitting point in your 8577. So I now cut my back pieces, so the yoke, the back panel and the back middle on the fold, which is what I'm doing here. And I've folded my fabric so that the selvages are together rather than down the center. So I am currently cutting out on the cross grain, but that's fine. That's how I've done all the other ones, and they've all worked out fine. And I do that because the skirt panels in this are so giant that folding it in half, they don't actually fit. And it does tell you in the lay plans on the instructions to lay it out with the fold of the fabric this way around rather than the other way around. The only thing was when I was making my one out of the Savannah lawn, that print is directional. So I had to, which was a whole bunch of fun, I had to cut that out on a single layer. But, you know, it was fine. Got it done. You look like you're pausing for something, Papa.
Yes, can I run some water?
You can. Thank you for waiting. It's closer this time. In the new house, the cutting table is going to be in the sewing room.
Because the kitchen isn't as luxurious as this.
No. Well, it's a different kind of, but the island won't be conducive to this kind of use. It's not wide enough, and its place means that there's no other cutting surfaces for food preparation, so it needs to be used for that. Where do we get to with the chat?
Right, I'm peeling potatoes, okay? So
Yeah. Cornell says, I finally used my oven. Oh, I've read that one, sorry. Duvlay says, okay, just saw a sale and thought to share, but this shop always does some sort of sale, so keep it in mind. I will do. Thank you, Duvlay. We do need to work through the yarn stash, though, because the yarn stash is giant. And it's mainly me. Most of Mum's very good. She tends to buy yarn for the project. I buy yarn ahead of time. Trouble with that is Mum keeps going through the piles and is like, oh, is this one for me? And it's like, no, Mum, this one is not for you.
if it glitters, she buys it.
That is also true.
Anyone who wants to help with peeling potatoes is most welcome.
So some of you can start travelling now. We'll see you next week.
Yep.
Concentration face again here. Sorry.
Yep. Me.
I'm not talking.
Do you have to concentrate when you're peeling potatoes?
Yes. Elaine says, morning love from Elaine. Warm and sunny this morning in Saskatoon. Good morning. Hello.
South where?
Saskatoon in Canada.
Oh, right. Oh, excellent.
Is it in Saskatchewan? Hopefully I've said that correctly. Susan says, good night all, nearly midnight here in Adelaide. Good night, Susan. Thank you very much for the email. I shall talk to you more. Nightmare Bugs says, raffle a quilt? Well, you could do a raffle for a quilt. I suppose if you had enough takers, then it would make it financially viable, wouldn't it? The song of your people.
At sound in the background just shows that we're multitasking. There's a dryer going, there's a washer going. Sean's
Not doing very well at live
doing
streaming.
whatever
He's
she's
having-
doing.
trying to
I'm
cut
peeling
everything.
potatoes. Yeah, the dog is contemplating the world and guarding the house. And Jane is knitting. I mean,
And
you
listening
know,
to her book.
yeah. How much multitasking do you want going on at the same
Wow,
time?
Right.
And your cat's probably doing something as well.
Oh, Shiana is definitely guarding the sofa.
Well, there we go. You know,
She's pretty good at that.
God, it's amazing, isn't it?
Some space. Do I have enough space in here for this? Always don't. So I'm actually gonna take this piece off because it's a better use of space if I cut this piece out a bit later and put the bigger piece there. So let's do that. So I'll take these and put these all over here for now. And then in the ideal world, I would have a cutting table that I could lay all of this fabric out, so like 3 meters long, and pin everything all in one go, because I think I could be even more economical with.
I saw one of those. Do you remember? You may not remember. There was a fabric shop in the lake, and in the middle of the shop, because they used to make curtains and all the rest of it, was the biggest layout table, and they had fixed yardage measurements all the way around.
Yeah.
It was at the right. It was a bit higher than this.
Yeah.
And it was absolutely sensational. I loved it.
Jealous, very jealous.
Yeah, and I was a customer just buying stuff.
Aunt Bree's Creation says, "Lol, is Sean a magpie or a crow? All the shiny bits? Mixture of the two, because crows are quite pretty actually when you see them close up. They
Very
have that.
intelligent.
Yeah, oh yeah, and they have the beautiful kind of oil slick to their feathers, don't they? But magpies are a little bit more decorative, so probably a mixture of both." Mary
If you
says,
only had one choice, I'd go for crow.
Yeah. Yeah. Mary says, "I would be very sad to leave that beautiful Arga behind." We will be. Mum's already said goodbye to it. I don't think we're going to get to turn it on again before we leave. Michelle says good night to Susan. Duvalier says, "I'm the person that prefers peeling potatoes to washing dishes." You're very welcome anytime, Duvalier. Elaine Chase says yes. And you did say it right. I did. It is in Saskatchewan, and I did say Saskatchewan correctly. Dad's not listening.
Sorry, I'm going to run water.
Aunt B's Creation says, "I love to cook. Just wish I had someone to follow behind me and do the cleanup." Michelle says, "Me as well. Would love. Lol, would anyone like to clean the kitchen? Would be grand." Oh, the quilt that Michelle was talking about was made in the 1800s, and it's a family heirloom. You know, the one that was made on the wagon trail?
Yeah.
Yeah. Made in the 1800s, and it's a family heirloom, which is why she has it.
In the year
1800s.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, now that I want to see. That is hand stitching.
Yeah, the entire thing.
Yeah.
Rachel Lynn says, "My husband is supposedly eventually building me a 10-foot table. Ooh. Ooh, nice." Now I'm trying to work out how I get to see. This is why I want a cutting table that I can get to all sides of, because the way that I want to cut this out is where the wall is, so I can't.
What's the strategy in convincing husbands it's worth it?
Making them shirts.
No. I mean, I know it's worth it.
Happy wife, happy life. I know, it's a
Well,
little bit
that's
outdated now,
no,
isn't it?
bloody hell, don't do that. Happy wife, happy life. No.
It should be happy
no.
partner, happy life,
Happy.
but
Yeah, it's all about, yeah. God, that was awful, actually.
no, well, it doesn't rhyme.
I know.
Otherwise.
Yeah. Got to look after each other.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Partnership.
Partnership is definitely a word.
Yes.
Alexa, timer, 20 minutes.
How many of your
20 minutes.
how many of your Alexas just set timers?
Oh, I could be very naughty then.
Yeah, no, don't. Do not get me demonetized. I need all the income I can get at the moment. My income for the year has been cut in half.
Yeah. Well, all I've done is peeled the potatoes. I've now put them into steam, not boil, so that I can get them to a certain tenderness, and then I'm going to let them cool right down to cold, so that they are then ready to go into extremely hot fat, which will be a combination of rapeseed oil and chicken fat, and then I'm going to roast them, and they will come out crispy and delicious. And if you aren't salivating after that, you don't understand what I'm talking about.
Can't cut this out the way I want to.
No. The best roast potatoes. Come on, that will stir a debate.
Oh,
There are, yeah.
Let's not stir that debate. Oh, dear. The only Jenny Sutton says nagging.
Only what?
The only Jenny Sutton says nagging.
Nagging?
Yes, persuading husbands to do the thing. Dad, mirror.
Nagging and a brick.
Mirror.
Oh, right, okay.
Well, you didn't like it last time. Just
No.
trying to remind you.
I didn't realise I'd seen that much.
Yes.
No, okay. It's only me pulling my trousers
Rumbi
up.
is here. Hello, Rumbi. How are you, my lovely? Rachel Lynn says, you tell him you won't be on the dining room table anymore. Yeah, that also works. Christine says, I work in a fabric store and I wish we could cut our personal sewing on it 6 meters long and 1.5 meters wide. It is perfect.
Oh, yes.
Oh, well, it's kitchen table for me. It is for a while. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Some of the fantasy houses that I've been shopping in have been like, oh, yeah. That could have you could just have the biggest kitchen islands built, but for a sewing
I think it's
table.
more important than the actual sewing room. You know, the sewing square footage.
Yeah.
I mean, you could store stuff wherever you store stuff.
Well, you can store stuff underneath the tables if you have drawers and stuff built into
Just
it.
a lovely cutting table.
Can you? How much would a 6 meter slab of granite cost?
Oh, God. No, you've taken it way beyond where it needs to go.
Oh, I don't know.
We're talking about a flat surface, darling.
I know. If you've got enough space, if you've got a big enough house to have a
Why has it got to be granite?
It doesn't have to. Listen to me. Please let me finish. If you have enough money, see, this is the kind of conversations we have all the time. If you have enough money that you have enough space to have a 6 meter long cutting table, you would have enough money to have a granite work surface on the top of it, because beautiful. Otherwise, I would go for something like the parquet flooring. You can get the chevron parquet flooring because they can do like intricate inlays and stuff around it as well. That would be the other thing I'd have on the top, although that would be more easy to damage, whereas a granite surface wouldn't be. It's the only, like if we're talking 6 meter long cutting tables, you have enough money to spend on having whatever you want on the top as well.
That might be happening.
No, I know it won't be happening, but it's nice to dream.
I dream all the time.
Exactly.
I've been doing that all my entire life.
Exactly.
That's why never mind.
Right, where do we get to with the chat? Where do we get to with the chat? Nimue says, husbands usually tell their wives all the wonderful things they could build for them just to justify the purchase of new power tools. Have to deliver eventually. Nimue, I love that.
Pass that by me again.
Do not be mean. That was funny. I love it when two hobbies like play into
No,
each other like that.
Pass that by me again.
Gets to buy new power tools to build the thing. I think that's a brilliant idea.
No, it's an instruction.
Michelle says, okay, we'll send a picture as soon as I can to where there is one, can get to where the one is stored. It's in a cedar chest. Oh, that keeps away the moths, doesn't it? Cedar as a wood? Yes.
What?
The 1800s quilt. She's going to dig it out to send a photo to you. We'll put it up on the Peeps group so we can have a look.
Yeah.
But yeah,
allowing the power tools to be purchased is a one-way trip to having to do the jobs required.
Absolutely, that's what she said. That's what she said.
Beware. The thing I wish we had, which I think Patrick's got now, is a camphorwood chest. Now, camphorwood.
Is that the brown one with the roses engraved onto the top? Yeah.
But it's lined with camphorwood.
Yeah.
And camphorwood
keeps the moths away as well.
Keeps everything away.
Awesome.
Yeah.
You remember that? That's Nana's, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yes. Michelle said, I read that one. Alex says, husband's strategy. Ow, you're so strong and muscular. I'd never be able to insert desired activity. Just look at these guns, lots of bicep touching and generally a lot of praise and pride. Nice, Alex. Mary says, I was going to suggest a raffle for the Peeps, say for a cup of coffee or a nominal cost. I was thinking, Sian, you could pick, say, 3 fall and 3 spring current popular patterns to make through the year. Thoughts? I like it. The trouble with raffles is that I believe, and I may have this wrong, but I do believe it comes under gambling legislation because it is I think there are problems around raffles. I would need to look into it more, but I do like that idea, Mary. Carol says, I've only just started cutting on my dining table, but on the floor I can lay out 7 yards of fabric in a New York City 1-bedroom. Wow. I hate cutting on the floor though. I hate crawling all over the floor to do that. I'm very impressed that you could. I had to cut Rianne's coat out on the floor because it was tartan and the pattern piece was so big they didn't fit on this. And because it was tartan, I needed it to be so precise so that all the plaid and stripes matched up. That's the last time I had to cut out on the floor. That was last Christmas and it was not fun. Let's see, where did I get to? Alex says, for having the best husband in the world. Love it, Alex. Alex also says to Michelle Brown, says, I'd love to see the quilt too. Linda says, ready for the gin, Sian. Make it a vodka and we're talking, Linda. Aunt B's Creation says, sounds like Dad's is seeing the light. Only Jenny Sutton says 6 meters for the cutting table, definitely. Michelle says to Alex, we'll send you one once I get to where I have it stored, finally going through Mama's things. Put it on the Peeps group. We'd all love to see it, Michelle. Alex says, don't read my comment now. Head Chubby is here. Hi, Head Chubby. How are you? Rumby says, I'm so used to cutting out on the floor. I should look into leveling up. Where would I put a 6 meter table? Yeah, that's the trouble, isn't it? This is what I'm saying. You need a giant house to put the giant cutting table in. Michelle says, yes, being able to cut out the most usable way. Michelle says, oh, my beautiful girls are here for the afternoon, so farewell, friend. Have to love you and leave you. Thank you for joining us, Michelle. And thank you for the presents yesterday. Duvalier says, okay, the soup is done, so you're my dinner company now. Excellent, Duvalier. What kind of soup are you having? Nimue says, I think I can store a work surface the size of my sewing table under my bed. Add some sort of feet to make up the height difference between the table and comfortable height, hopefully. Nicola says, it does, Sian, certainly in Scotland. And Rose says, yes, raffles fall under gambling rules in the USA. Mary says, I had no idea it would be considered gambling. Yeah, that's the trouble, Mary. Like things like raffles, because there was somebody who mentioned it on the Patreon page as well. And yeah, there's a lot of laws that you need to be careful about if you're running a public raffle like that. It's slightly different if you're doing it at an event. And I have done raffles at events before, but doing it on the YouTube channel would be, I think, problematic, because I wouldn't want to run foul of any kind of laws in any countries or anything. There are ways around it and there are ways of doing it, but it's generally larger channels that do it because they have or can afford to get legal advice and how to do it properly. So possibly, but I'm not 100% sure. Alex says, I can only cut on the floor. We have a joke that if we went on the Great British Showing Bee, I'd jump on the table. Alex says, he actually laughed out loud. You were talking about the wood, so he started listening. He likes woodworking, so I knew there was no hope for me. Duvalier says, I'm having a beetroot soup, more known as borscht, but I do it with chicken. Ooh, nice, beetroot soup. We have lots of beetroot.
I like beetroot.
Oh,
I like it a lot.
Got fabric training me. Got fabric training me. I'm determined to get this cut out and Mary's fabric cut out, and then I think I need to call it a day after that. But that, I mean, saying that, we've been going for 3 hours and 30 minutes, and I've only just started on project number 2.
Am I still in the picture?
No, yes, you are in the mirror.
Oh, for God's sake.
You're the one that put mirrors everywhere. You're the one that put the mirrors everywhere. Those mirrors are staying, but these ones are coming with us. Right, let's just mark in my notches. And my gathering points. And then I can put this piece to the side, although it does need lining. But I'm not going to cut that out today. I shall do that tomorrow, I think. There we go. So, this one too. Right, let's try and cut out some more bits and pieces. I do love this sound. So how can I get to this fabric? This is why I want one I can walk all the way around. I think I need to just bring this down a little bit so I can get to those. So move that. Yes, it would be nice to. Definitely not ideal, but I'll make it work. Chili flakes are in the way. Okay, that was awkward. Sorry, silence whilst I was cutting that out, but getting there. Okay, that bit is free, so I can come and cut it out and move it so I can get the pieces the way I want to now, which is good. Need to mark in all my notches. How long are you steaming your potatoes for? Is that what your Alexa timer is for, Dad?
What?
Is that what your Alexa timer is for, the potatoes?
Yes.
Just asking how long you're steaming them for.
Want to steam them, then take them out, and then let them cool right down to cold.
Yes.
And then go from there.
Okay. Front bodice is cut out. Now I'm going to put in all the dart markings and the gathering markings now, so that I can leave one pin in this pattern piece when I store it, which I will do soon. I used to use those markers that would disappear after time, and I'd mark everything up, and then I'd come to actually sew the thing, and the markings would have disappeared because the pen's kind of just gone past its, you know, like it's faded as it's meant to do, but it does it so quickly. So I now use my friction pen, as you guys know, because I love my friction pen. Although I do love my chip prim chalk marker as well. Okay. So I can repin that bit. And let's put this one in as well. I do have all these Lady McElroy prints in cotton lawn that I just want to make 8577 with because I know they work so well. I am going to try and branch out and use a different pattern for some of them. I've got some hydrangea fabric that the very lovely Jennifer with one N. Oh, don't run out now. That would be annoying. There we go, that's better. And the very lovely Jennifer with one N bought for me for my birthday this year. And I want to do a tiered sundress with it, which I think will look really pretty. Has my cartridge on my pen run out? Let's have a look. Where do we get to with the chat? Alex says, wash. Yeah, my pen's run out. I need to go and get a new one of these. I shall be back. You are still in shot, by the way, just so you know.
I'm just sitting.
I know, just make sure you. Right, got my refill.
John,
Yes.
that show.
Sorry?
No.
He's making shadow puppets. Right, let's try that again because this is not the best line it's ever drawn. That's better. That's better. Keep getting the spare bits of fabric. Okay. There we go. When you buy, if you buy refills for the friction pens, you need to make sure that you get the rollerball ones. They do two types of nibs, and the rollerball is fine for fabric, but they do a nib that's a lot pointier, and it just drags, so it's not great. Right, so I need to cut lining out of that, but I'm going to do that another time, probably tomorrow, like I said. Where do we get to with the chat? Alex says wash yum with sour cream. I'm thinking I might like that actually. Caroline says love beetroot. Mum used to roast it with potatoes for Sunday dinner. Ooh, nice. Mary says we are making sushi for the first time today. Wish us luck. Good luck with that. I am so looking forward to having sushi with Wilson when we get to London. It was something we have like at least once every visit up there, and he hasn't had it since I've been there since February because it's an expensive meal for one person. But you need to, and you also need to buy different things for it to what we do to have some variety. And yeah, he just hasn't treated himself since then. So I think we're going to have that for his birthday. Although I have bought one of the HelloFresh meals was a steak option, and I've got that so he can either have steak or sushi for his birthday. But good luck, Mary. Let us know how your sushi turns out. Carolyn says, love today's chat. I have to run. Have a wonderful day all. Thank you for joining us, Carolyn. Duvalier says, yes, Alex, the sour cream is a must. I see 110 of us watching, but only 68 reactions. Please like the stream. Thank you very much, Duvalier. And Lynn says, my boyfriend has just made... Ooh.
Alexa, timer off. Thank you.
Lynn says, my boyfriend has just made kedgeree, which is the smoked fish thing, isn't it? And
Yep.
since
Spinach.
Since he's been listening into Danny's cooking tips, he wanted me to put into the chat. He's rightly proud of the results. Oh, cool.
Good on you.
Carmen says, I've got an 8 by 4 foot, 1 inch thick sheet of plywood and 2 old dressers as my sewing station. The old dressers make for excellent storage. That's very cool. Yeah, I think we're gonna have a movable one because of the space that we're going to be going into. It needs to be movable. I'm excited about building it. It's going to be interesting. Julie says, at least you're standing straight. I have to cut on the dinner table, bend down. Cutting big projects requires lots of breaks. Yeah. Rachel Lynn says, all right, I have to go and see if I can figure out some food, and then the house needs a major clean. See you later. Thank you for joining us, Rachel Lynn. And Aunt Bee's Creation says, have a great day. Bye-bye. Thank you for joining us, you three. I hope you have enjoyed the hangout.
How many people have you got on?
We've got 112 at the moment.
Ooh. And me.
113.
Yeah.
Ellen's,
and me.
And Dad. Mary says Ellen's boyfriend, that sounds yummy. It does indeed. I'm not a fan of smoked fish usually, but I would like to try that. Kedgeree. Is that how you say it?
Kedgeree.
There we go. I knew it was something
Yeah.
like that.
Spinach based. Lovely. Absolutely gorgeous.
Gorgeous.
And I like it that blokes are cooking.
Yes.
Yes.
Right. Sorry, I am in shot. Hello. Because I think I'm out of shot, but I'm not. There I am.
Well, you told me I was in shot when I was here.
Yeah, but you are in the mirror. We can see you in the mirror. So all the mirrors are everywhere.
Smoked mirrors. Oh. Do you know, Sunday is the most wonderful day.
Mm-hmm.
You can do, in this house, you can do whatever you like and no one complains. If I was doing what I was doing today on Saturday, I might receive some grief.
Peeps. You never get grief.
I love the way you listen.
Too lovely.
I love the way you listen to me. You just carry on,
No, but
regardless.
You said if you would try to do the same thing you're doing today on Saturday, you'd get grief. Peeps. Okay, so these are the pocket bands. I need 4 of them, so I'll need to place this pattern piece again.
And again.
Well, I've got 2 here because it's double layer of fabric.
How do you make sure that the right bits are facing out?
Because I'm cutting 2 layers of fabric, so I'll end up with mirrored pairs anyway. Could you put that in the little bag down there for me? It's right in front of you. Thank you very much.
That's another 50p on your bill.
Oh, thank you. I don't know if I can afford him.
No, you can't.
No.
You couldn't before you started.
This is very true.
Yeah.
Working my way around. More timers.
More timers.
I think the tumble dry is finished as well. Does it need another go around?
Say again?
The tumble dry is finished as well by the sounds of things. Does it need another go around?
Yeah. It's all right.
This is rubbish.
Yes.
Are you happy with your prepared horse?
Oh yes.
Potatoes.
Now I'm gonna. That's a homage to James, is it?
It is, yes.
Yes.
We're getting the moon spoon out soon.
Oh, that makes me laugh.
Potatoes.
Right. Well, I'm going to do a near
You're
now.
doing here.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I'm going to turn the potatoes out so they go cold.
You have ruffled them, right?
No.
Oh. Why no ruffles?
They're just going to now lose heat completely and go cold.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next time.
That little pen's
what's
rubbish.
this? It's in the bin.
Yes. I was working my way around to that.
Yeah. So the potatoes will go cold,
Uh-huh.
and then I'll do a flat tray of really hot fat
Mm-hmm.
and chicken fat. And when the time comes, and then put them on it, coat them up with it, and stick them back in the oven. Because they've gone cold, they will be absorbent. Lovely.
See, I do my roast potatoes very differently to you.
I know you do. Yours are real nice, actually.
Thank you.
Very buttery.
Yes.
Yes.
Although I'm not adverse to using chicken fat, but the reason that I got in the habit of using butter is because my best friend is
I
vegetarian.
mustn't do that.
No, my best friend is vegetarian, and I used to make roast dinners for her. So I'd have the roast joint, and then Tatty would have the roast potatoes and the roast vegetables. And she's the only person in the world that I let eat my roast potatoes with tomato ketchup, because I couldn't make a gravy. And that's why I do mine predominantly in butter, but I'm not adverse to using goose fat or chicken fat in any way, shape or form. I do think it tastes very yummy, but as I say, if Tatty's coming to dinner, then it has to be.
You know, we spoke about what it takes to get Christmas dinner going.
Mm-hmm.
I've just finished prepping everything for a very, very simple roast chicken meal this evening. And how many hours have we been at it?
Oh, many. We've been nearly 4.
I'm not saying, right, 4 hours is wrong.
Well, yeah,
I
because
mean,
you've
I
been
could
out
have
to
done
buy.
multiple things.
Yeah, you've been out to buy.
And I've been out to buy bacon,
and-
etc. But you don't just rack up and do it and it's done.
Yeah.
It's not a 20-minute affair.
No. When I first started making roast dinners, I would actually write myself a timeline.
Yeah.
And I would plan it backwards from the time that I wanted my roast dinner to be served.
Yeah.
And I would then
Add some.
Well, no, I'd include resting time and carving time. Yeah, I had the finished time that I wanted it to be on the table, and then I would work back in 10-minute increments, and then I would put when I needed to start the water boiling, to then put the potatoes in, to then take the potatoes off, to then rumble the potatoes, then
And
have
it's longer than you think.
Oh yeah, but that's why I wanted everything to be hot at the same time. So that was why, for me, that was how making a roast dinner worked, because I could write myself this timeline, and then I'd have alarms going at these different points in time, so that I knew exactly when I needed to do everything, so that it wouldn't take longer. And I've gotten out of the habit of doing that, because I've kind of gotten to the point where I kind of remember how everything goes, but I do sometimes end up with a few things kind of taking a little longer than I remember them ever doing, as Dad says. So
Right, stop chatting. We've got some folding to do before the next lot goes in.
okay, well, let me just finish this particular bit. Let's not disturb the fabric on there.
I'm not. It smells gorgeous. Okay. That one you might be able
I
to
can do by myself, yes.
do on your own.
I don't think those guys can see it. Hang on.
It's gorgeous.
It's got Chianas on it.
Yeah. It's gorgeous.
It's got Gianna's on it. We're going to make a shirt out of that. I think it's going to be the Gertie.
What, for me?
No, not for you. There isn't enough
Oh.
fabric there for a shirt for you.
Right. Okay.
I'm going to make a Gertie tie-fronted shirt out of that for me.
Right.
So that goes into my shirt stash, which is down here.
Right.
So I'll put that there. This one is.
Well, I've got more to put in, and
this
right.
one's Mum's. Whoop! You pulled it out of my hand. Too much tension.
No, hang on.
Too much tension. Itchy bells. Try not to disturb the fabric on the bells. This one's very pretty as well. This is also a gift from Michelle.
Right. I'm gonna be the. Listen to me.
Yes.
Walk backwards. I am going to provide the tension. You make it too loose. Go. Keep it pulled.
I am.
You're not.
I am.
Pull it towards you.
This is why I don't let him fold fabric.
Pull
with
it
me. I
towards you.
am.
You're not. Put some tension on it.
There is tension on it.
Walk away from me.
Oh, God.
Go on. That's better.
Oh, no, I'm not fighting you for it then. Which becomes
Exactly.
very
You should be
upfront.
fighting me for it. It puts nice tension on it.
This perfect fabric is perfectly folded to me.
And look at that. Almost.
Where did we get to? Cornell says, I have to go and put dinner on. Think might be chicken and flavour bombs now. Have a good afternoon, everyone. Dad, you're influencing people. Cornell's gone to put chicken and flavour bombs on for dinner for her family.
Oh, the flavour bombs.
Yes.
They're brilliant.
Yes. Let me show you. Isn't it pretty? Isn't it pretty? Very gold. So yes, very mum, this one.
Right, last piece of fabric in the dryer. How about that?
Awesome. We are very efficient.
We're very efficient.
Yes.
I normally have to do this on my own. I slave away.
He does.
Yeah.
He does. He's very hard done by.
Yeah, I know. Look at all this. Ruched up.
Where did I get to with this chat? Julie says, my husband is an awesome cook. I only cook when I absolutely have to.
Brilliant.
MD says,
Love it. Power to him.
MD says, listening to your dad, leave plenty of room in the seam allowance. He should have a cooking channel.
What's this? Leave plenty of allowance in this seam allowance?
So I can let the dresses out once I've eaten all the food that you're cooking for me.
Oh,
Can you
not
put
my
that?
shirt.
No. If you've not seen it, Dad actually does have a cooking show on this channel with James. You will not learn how to make squaddy pie, but you will
See
be
how we
entertained,
operate.
hopefully. Nimue says, the fabric is absolutely adorable. Isn't it pretty? Caroline says, Hubs has no confidence with cooking, so he will order in instead. In 36 years, he's cooked twice, and both times I've been in A&E. Oh, no. Oh, bless. Alison says, did you buy the Gilbert top pattern, Sean? I haven't yet, no.
Confidence in cooking comes with trial and error. And start with an egg. And I'm being serious, not facetious. Go for it.
Yeah.
Go for it.
When
Be surprised. And it takes less time than you think. That's the lesson I learned. Overcooked everything.
When Tatty and her boyfriend came down for the first time, I think Dad taught Tatty how to poach an egg.
Yeah.
And she still tells me now that she's poaching an egg using Dad's technique.
Yeah.
But I'm not doing a cooking show for him because I'm the one that would have to edit it, and I already have 2 full-time jobs.
2?
Yes.
Oh, one editing.
One
me.
editing. No, 1 editing and 1 making.
Oh, right. Oh, okay.
I'm not complaining. I enjoy it, but
Look what's being lost to the world.
I'm not averse to doing more of these with long breaks in between so Mum can recover, because Mum's currently sitting in the front room and every time we start going at each other, she's like, oh God.
No, I couldn't possibly do a cook thing. I don't have that kind of knowledge.
No, but
It's
again,
just enthusiasm,
it's enthusiasm
about
and
the things I know about.
it would also be more entertainment value than a... So again, if any of you would like to see what that would look like, the Squaddy Pie episode. Oh, I need to finish off my darts and things in this. Yes, the Squaddy Pie episode. Highly recommend. I watched it myself the other day. It's 40 minutes long, so it is a long one, and I do appreciate not all of you might be interested in that. But I did watch it myself the other day, and it was funny. Oh, it did make me giggle.
That boy of mine, I can tell you.
It's really funny because James gets as frustrated with him as I do, because he is so over enthusiastic about everything in the best way possible. But the two of us are just trying to say something, and Dad's like, no, but this! Let us finish the sentence. Okay, marked in my darts on the back panel. Just going to do this one, if I can find the point that I've marked the dart in, and I need to just take the pattern piece off to lie it flat so that I can find it. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Where is it? This did seem like a really good idea at the time. I did think I was going to get a lot more done than I have. I don't know if I'm going to get past this one. I really wanted to get to the fabric from Mary, but I am going to vlog me cutting that out, so you guys will see it. I just don't know. I don't know if we can carry on doing this for much longer, because I am encroaching on Mum and Dad's space. So. Right, okay, so need another one of these, and then I need one of those, and I need some of this. Yeah, let's see, how do I fit this? Oh, that's better, isn't it? That's a better use of space, I think. And then I need a pocket as well, pocket seats. So I think if I put that there, and then this one can go, oh yeah, that can go that way. It's like the biggest game of adult Tetris ever. I never really look at lay plans, ever. What about you guys? Marta says, my husband also does the majority of the cooking in our house. I handle the power tools and do all the home improvements. Awesome. Caroline says, no, after I've been in A&E, he didn't put me in there. Oh, thank you for clarifying. Julie says, my husband has cooked at home every day since he was 12 years old. Oh, wow. And Caroline says, love that episode. While I was struggling with a spreadsheet, it made me smile. Alison says, I have a recipe for a delicious pear cakes using spelt flour and rolled oats. It's perfect caked all year round, but particularly autumn. I'm happy to share the recipe too. Yes, please. As we've said, we have many, many pears and not that many ideas of what to do with them. Should have said, you can't have the TV on. Oh, not super loud, but because I might get to understand. Yeah. Making Mum sit listening to her book. Have you finished knitting? Yeah, I think I'll get this cut out, and then I think I will let Mum and Dad have their kitchen back. Although, I mean, I've got 2. Right, I've still got quite a bit to cut out, so I won't be finishing any time particularly soon.
Sorry? I've skimmed it, but I haven't watched it. Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Sunday in this house,
Mhm.
there's one thing that overrides everything else.
The Archers.
No. It goes beyond that.
What's that?
Sunday, anyone can do whatever they like, and there's no pressure from anyone else about what they're doing.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
It's a day off.
Yes.
So yeah, Mum watches The Archers. I can't bear The Archers. You know, I like Desert Island Discs, so does she. I may choose to sit in front of the computer. She can't get angry if I do. And do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Sunday is a complete day off.
Yes.
Apart from when we eat.
Yes. Ooh,
So,
what did you guys think of Away?
oh, loved it.
Yes.
I'm into that.
How many episodes did you get through last night?
1.
Just the one?
Yep.
It was good though, wasn't it? It's a
Yeah.
new for you guys, it's a new series on Netflix.
And
Yes.
everyone's got to look at Eleanor Sherlock.
Enola.
Alona.
Enola.
That, who's the
Enola.
girl who plays it? She's from Strange
Stranger
Things.
Millie Bobby Brown.
She is destined for greatness.
She is indeed.
Oh, what a actress. I mean, she's fabulous.
Definitely. Mum's getting some good size scrappy bits here for quilting, the quilting stash. Did you hear that, Mum? Did you hear that?
What?
Mum, you're getting some good size bits for the quilting stash. Right. Okay. Where did we get to with the chat? Caroline says to Alison, please share that. Alison, recipes in the Peeps group by the sounds of things. So Gator Mum says we need a poached egg tutorial. Not now, but that one I will do. Not now.
No, I'm not going to do No.
No, don't even go into
But
the verbal
a
description
well done
of how to.
poached egg is just heaven. And it can go with so many other
It
recipes
can indeed.
where they need just a runny egg.
Mm. Virginia Warren says, love how your folks support your sewing passion. I used to sew on the kitchen table, had to clear everything to cook for 6 kiddos. Now I am an empty nester and have taken over the dining room. Awesome. And yes, I am very lucky. Soap Lady says, yes, please share the recipe. Thank you so much for the pear cake that Alison talked about.
Yes, I'm going to be there.
Yeah. Marta says, off to walk the dogs. Have fun, peeps. Thank you for joining us, Marta. Duvalier says to So Gator Mum, the best poached egg tutorial I've seen was from Jacques Pepin. You can find his tutorial on YouTube. It's all about different ways to prepare eggs. Very cool. Yep. Margaret Irwin says, hi, Sean. I love watching and listening to you and your family. Thank you for joining us, Margaret. Eileen is here. Hi, Sean. It's been lovely listening to you while I made my second Iris Raglan swing tee. This is a lovely pattern, by the way. Has a tall and petite version, is very flattering on. I shall have to have a look at that one. Eileen says, love the banter and seeing the fwiff and the QQ too. It's almost like being there with you all. I do love how Tinterwebs can bring us all together in this way and make us feel connected. Agreed, Eileen. Caroline says, poached egg on top of salad paisan. Yummy. And Julie says,
salivating.
Every sewing room needs acrylic colours.
Someone said we were bickering early.
Yeah.
No.
No, somebody said it weird. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's funny because one of Jane's friends, very dear friends, she took me to one side at a certain time, and she said, "I just love the way that you and Jane bicker. It's absolutely wonderful. It's non-confrontational. Do you know what I mean?"
Yes.
You know why it is, really?
What's that?
Well, because I'm always right.
I'm glad you
I
can't-
just thought I'd throw that in there.
I'm glad you can't say that with a straight face.
Can you believe that? Do you think I'll get away with it?
No.
Oh, I love it. Oh, dear.
At least you make yourself laugh.
Yeah, okay. In 45 minutes' time, I'm turning all the ovens on.
Okay. I should be out of the way by then.
I don't care. Doesn't matter.
And if I'm not, we shall carry on.
Yes.
Eileen says, love the idea of some mini cooking workshops.
Say again?
She says she loves the idea of some mini cooking workshops. Mini ones I can sign up to edit and film, definitely. Like the rock cake video but not giant productions of a roast dinner.
No. But I don't mind doing things like this while if
Yeah.
you're in here.
Yeah.
I'd like to do one of my pastas.
Yes. Oh, actually, one of the Patreon peeps came up with the idea of, because I've started doing the one-take waffle over there, and she said what would be a fun idea to do would be, put that one in the bin, please. She said what would be fun to do would be one of the like Hello Fresh boxes, or making dinner and doing a one-take waffle at the same time.
Right.
Because I don't have to edit it. So that could be quite fun to do.
Yeah.
In the new kitchen, that should be quite easy to do because of the layout of it.
Not too bad, except I would amend the. Well, no,
No,
exactly.
yeah.
I wouldn't go exactly with the menu as presented.
Yes. No.
I agree.
Yeah. But
Sorry, I'm
that's all right.
thinking too far ahead.
Yeah. When we move into the new house, I'm going to continue my Hello Fresh order, but I'm going to up the portion size to 3 portions. So I'm going to cook 3 nights a week and provide dinner 3 nights a week, and then the rest of the time, Paul will be cooking. They could be quite hilarious because, as Dad says, he likes the recipes, he reads them, and then he does his own thing. I like to follow the recipe from the app. I use the app, not the recipe card, because a lot of the time I've never made the thing before, so I want to see how they should put it together, and then probably quite a lot of the time afterwards I would change it. But yeah, I thought those could be quite interesting. And if Mum and Dad get involved as well, the one take waffles are going to be completely Patreon exclusive, because I talked about this in the one take waffle, but I felt like I wasn't delivering on the things that I had wanted to do this year for Patreon, and I sort of sat down and chatted to the Patreon peeps about it to kind of work out what I could do going forward that everyone would be excited about. And the response has been lovely, but I will be doing it. It'll only be one video a month that is going to be Patreon exclusive.
So I've got to watch the beeps.
I can beep out. I can actually duck out because I prefer the duck noise. I'll duck out any swearing and things like that, but I can't cut.
Much.
No, there isn't much. But I can't cut the videos. But I think that's quite a fun thing to do during the cooking ones, because you know, in that respect, you can't really do that. But it's going to be interesting to see if I can multitask in that particular manner. So yes.
Are you going to show my
I will show
dinner when it's done?
I will show that. Well, I don't know. I don't think we'll still be live streaming when it's still done.
Right.
Oh.
I'm crestfallen.
Well, I still need to do.
You know, I've done all this work. Mind you, I've done it just so we could eat. So what the hell?
Yes. It wasn't just for the
No.
This is a genuine look at a Sunday afternoon outside of the sewing room.
I don't like this top in your water bottle. You need to pop it out and clean it.
Yes.
Saying which, have you had enough water?
That's a very good point. You can put that in the bin and that on the pile.
And that over
and that
there.
I shall drink.
That in the bin.
That in the bin. That on the pile. Yes, right.
You still need a father in charge.
In charge. You keep telling yourself.
Was that an indiscreet word to use?
It
in
was.
Charge?
Yeah.
I tell you what, our kitchen doesn't look half bad in that.
It looks lovely. I put the lights on though.
Have you?
Put the fairy lights on, yeah. Bloggers always have fairy lights on in their backgrounds.
Ah, right.
There's actually two. Oh, there's two. I was going to say they weren't both in shot before, but they are now. I hadn't noticed that. We're only a couple of hours late for that party. So Gator Mum says to Duvalier, thank you. Julie says, photo in the Facebook group. Thank you, Julie. Seaside's Mum says, Mr. and Mrs. Bickerson of the Isle of Wight. Lol. Thank you, Lauren.
Is that better?
It's very fetching. Yes.
Yeah.
There we go. They're from Saudi Arabia, weren't they?
I
had them rewired. So
I
they're
don't like
working.
tweed lighting, but I actually love them.
Yeah.
I think they're fabulous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was some over there. I don't know if those ones light up
Yeah, if you
anymore.
want to turn them on.
Oh, do they light up?
Yeah.
I didn't think they did.
Yeah.
Oh, they do.
There you go.
Can't see those ones. Hang on, let's just swing you around. Got some wall lighting over there.
What about the ones I wear, my internal lighting and all that? No. Okay.
Did you hear Lauren say Mr. and Mrs. Bickerson of the Isle of Wight?
Dickerson.
Bickerson.
Bicker.
And
Yeah. Don't misinterpret that.
Oh, no,
in the
no.
kindest possible way.
Yes,
I mean,
no, they're
it's,
not at all.
No,
They're not at all.
No.
Seaside Mum says she would like to see a quick snap of the dinner that Danny has slaved over. Well, currently it's all kind of under shrouds.
But reveal, and
Yes, we can see those too.
potatoes.
Potato.
Ta-da! All ready to go.
I will take some video evidence of what it actually turns into once it's been cooked, though, Lauren. Anessa says, "Hello, everyone." Hi, Anessa.
And all being covered up. Don't forget that.
Yes, it's getting covered back up again now. Nimue says, "We'd all love to see a finished culinary art piece in the waffle." You will in the waffle.
Right.
Lauren says, "Fantastic." Alison says, "A link to the recipe for the pear harvest cake is on the Peeps group." Thank you very much. Right, let's start cutting out this little badger here. This is another thing that I'd like a longer table for. This particular pattern piece is kind of just floating free at the end, which is not ideal, but it will get cut out. This can go in the bin. I can start laying out the fabric again, make sure everything's nice and straight. start cutting out some more pieces.
Did you have a drink?
I have had a drink. Yes. Julie is taking over your job. It's Julie's job to keep me hydrated. Right. Just shuffle
You
this
see,
along.
this is where I'm good. What you want me to
You need to unfold.
unfold?
Yes.
No, look, it's creased.
That's
You
fine.
don't do that.
That's fine. There we go. That's perfect.
No.
It's going to be creased because it's too long to fit on the work surface. Or too wide to fit on the work surface. I beg his pardon. So, yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine.
Hold that. Let's tidy up this bit. See?
Okay. Lovely.
Am I good?
Very good. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Right, so. Can finish pinning on the rest of this pattern piece. I have caught up with the chat. It's the first time for today, I think I'm actually up to date with the chat. So yeah, I'm going to carry on cutting out everything tomorrow. I need to cut the lining for this, the interfacing. Got lots to do. Are you deep in thought?
No, I'm just waiting for timers to go off before I crank up the ovens and off we go.
So, right. Where did I put my scissors? There they are. To get my head if it wasn't screwed on. You guys know that.
Here we go.
Let's just cut out the rest of this piece.
There you go. The electricity bill is now going through the roof as two ovens crank up to 220.
Yummy, yummy food.
Oh yes. As soon as they hit temperature, the stuff goes in, and the way we've done it, it all more or less comes out at the same time.
Awesome.
Fantastic planning.
Thank you.
Which one?
Rubbish. Well, it's not rubbish, it's poof stuffing. As is that poof stuffing piece.
As opposed to quilting bits.
Yeah, quilting bits need to be slightly bigger than that.
I know.
So, sorry, I'm not trying to teach you to suck eggs.
I think I've been around long enough, exposed to it long enough. Has it changed my life? Never know.
Bit can go in the cut pile. Right. Now,
Okay,
we need
more.
to get another, well, now I'm going to bring it so that the other end is flat.
Move those scissors. And to do what?
Okay, so I want this, yeah, and then I
Yeah.
want more of it towards me, please.
Right, go.
That is,
More?
yeah, perfect.
Hang on. That's enough.
No, I'd like to fold it back for me like you were doing.
Well, hang on, because it's folded.
It's concertinaed, yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay.
How much more?
And then I want to have that folded bit in your hand back on the edge.
Okay. Well, let's do it this way.
So like that, but then if you like that.
All right.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Right.
No, there's a ridge here. Right. Okay.
Yep.
Good,
With
good.
that, so giant pattern pieces now.
Hang on. It's not square and that.
No, it won't be.
Oh, right.
It's fine.
Okay.
Like this.
Well, it won't fit.
So just peel that back a little bit for me. Perfect. That's brilliant. Thank you very much. Great.
Okay.
Yeah. Lovely.
Pins.
Pins. Wonderful pins.
Good.
Pins. Where do we get to with the chat?
Don't know. Give me a pin.
Oh no, I don't want to pin. Don't want to pin up here. I like to work outwards with the pin so that I can smooth as I go.
I can go though.
No.
I can go.
Oh, you can go. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Be free. Where did I get to with chat? Julie says, sorry, I forgot Sean, drink water. Thank you, Julie. Alison says, I made a vegetable risotto yesterday. It had pumpkin and asparagus that I roasted. Roasting intensifies the flavour. Baby peas and spinach. That sounds very yummy, except for the pumpkin for me personally, but yummy. Alison says, will you have an Aga at your new home? No, we will not, unfortunately. We will not. It's a very modern kitchen at the new house. Very, very modern.
I hate to interrupt, but
Needs more fabric, needs folding.
Yep.
Okay, this one we're going to fold in my way because it has to go in my stash. Oh, let's do it so that they can see it whilst we're folding it as well, because this one was my present from the lovely Michelle. Isn't it beautiful?
Hang on. So
I'm coming to you with this corner to join up with that corner. I know you.
dreadful way of folding.
It is not. I like this way of folding. That's how all my fabric is folded in my stash. And
No.
Yes. It works for me.
Awful.
It's not awful.
No.
Yes. I can do this by myself if I have to.
You will.
Thank you. But let me show you quickly. It's called Dragonfly Dream. Isn't it pretty? Isn't it pretty? It's going in the stash for next year. I think I'm going to make a shirt dress with it. Where did I get to? Julie says 220 degrees Celsius. Yes. Mary says planning everything to be done at the same time is a real trick to good cooking. Yes. For me, I need a timeline. It folded perfectly fine. Leave it alone.
Yes. Okay.
Alex says, okay, have to go. It was lovely to see you all and talk to the peeps. Fwif is the best cook and entertainer on YouTube. Thank you very much, Alex. You've made his day. He's smiling. Mary says, I have to go now. Bye-bye, Mary. Jubilee says goodbye to Alex. Anessa says goodbye to Alex and Mary. Alison says goodbye to Alex. Have a great week and stay safe. Got a tickle in the back of my throat. Alex says, bye all, and thank you for being lovely company. Thank you for joining us, Alex. Mary says, it was lovely hangout today. Bye everyone and have a great week. You too, Mary. Alison says, have a great day and weekend. Stay safe and well to Mary. Mary says goodbye to Anessa and thank you to Alison. You too. Stephanie says, what pretty fabric. Caroline says, glorious. Mary says, bye-bye, Sean. Bye-bye, Mary. Thank you for hanging out with us. Sorry you missed your fabric, but it will be in the vlog tomorrow, which you'll see probably Tuesday next week. MD says, very cool, very cozy, cooking and sewing, fairy lights and cheerful banter with the talented parents. I know, it's been fun, hasn't it? I'm not going yet. I've still got some more to cut out. I've got this skirt panel, the pocket panel, the back facing, and...
You're not going to abandon me before I show you what I'm going to put in the oven.
I've shown them what you're putting in the oven.
No, I haven't.
Have you not?
No, of course not. I've shown them what I've prepared.
But is that not what's going in the oven?
Huh. See, if you're giving commentary, you could say that, well, I'm now brushing oil, light oil, over the chilled potatoes.
He is indeed.
So that when they roast, they crisp up on the outside, so that they're beau delicious.
They're what delicious?
Beau delicious.
Oh,
God, you have to be of a certain era to know what that means.
Beau delicious. It sounded like it was two separate words.
No.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, right. Okay, so this one, does this one fit in there? It does indeed. That's good. I shall do that in a minute then. Right, let's get this cut out.
Right, I've cranked up 2 ovens to 220.
Yep, centigrade.
The chicken is going in immediately. And this is the chicken, just to remind you.
The bacon covered chicken, which has got the
bacon covered chicken.
He's usually so pedantic about me being careful around fabric and not spilling food and stuff on over it. And he's just like, here's the chicken. He'd never let me do that.
Alexa, timer, 30 minutes.
How many
30
of your
minutes. Starting now.
How many of your Alexas just set timers?
My Alexa will, my darling Alexa, who hates me. I know you don't, Alexa, because you're not my darling. Right.
Mum's much more.
By the Beach Boys and Royal Philharmonic Orchestra
No.
on Amazon Music.
Alexa, off. Thank you, because I'll get demonetized.
Yeah.
Well, I won't. I'll have copyright claim, which is not
Yeah.
good. It's even
Fine.
worse than being demonetized.
But her
You're only allowed
and me,
5 of those before your YouTube channel gets deleted.
Okay, her and me do not get on.
He's not always clear with her. He does have moments where he's just like, timer, 10 minutes, and he says, Alexa, 10 minutes, and he doesn't tell her timer, and she's like, I don't understand that one, and then he gets upset with her. Okay.
Right, so the chook has just gone in the oven.
Yes.
Yes.
He's putting his flavour bombs on the thing now.
No, I'm going to show.
Okay.
Right. And then the flavour bombs, which are these rolled bacon things, are going in between the potatoes, which have been parboiled and been allowed to chill right down. Sorry.
It's all right. You know what we haven't had in ages? Yorkshire puddings.
Oh,
I love Yorkshire puddings.
oh, don't.
Why?
Well, if you tell your mum, she'll come and make some. She's a genius at Yorkshire puddings.
Very good at Yorkshire puddings. This is true.
Rachel might be as well.
Given that she is from Yorkshire.
Yeah. Rachel, Yorkshire. How are your puddings?
Do you have to be good at Yorkshire puddings to live in Yorkshire? Judy, are you still good?
No. I'm going to hold her to task. I don't know whether food is the anticipation or the execution. You know, well, it's a combination of both, really, isn't it?
If you enjoy cooking, then yes, definitely.
No, if you enjoy eating.
Oh well, yeah. But no, the preparation can be as much fun as the eating.
Oh,
and especially if you're cooking for
love
others.
The, preparation. Yeah.
Definitely right. So we've got my skirt front panels cut out and notched. So I'm just taking all the pins but one out so that I can store the pattern piece with the fabric. And this one I don't need to cut the lining piece out because there's a separate lining piece because this one has got the notch in it for the pocket or the big curve in it for the pocket. So get that over there. Oh, I've never made one of these out of rayon, and I know a few of you have. Mum has her black lily dress.
This is rayon.
This is cotton lawn.
Yeah.
The idea of having to wrangle these giant pattern pieces on rayon on a surface that's not quite big enough for the fabric fills me with absolute terror, which is why I've not done it as yet. But I also prefer the volume that I get from the cotton lawn as opposed to the fluffy, the light floaty nature of rayon. I'm not ruling out making one of these in rayon, but it really does not fill me with like that, oh yeah, can't wait to do that. Because no thanks. Okay, so the side panel. I've still got my pocket lining and waistband to cut out of this fabric as well for the Vogue skirt that I cut out at the beginning of the stream. Go. Get this bit cut out. And then we have another giant skirt panel to fit on. Fun times. Where do we get to? Christine says, bye everyone, et bonne journée. Au revoir, Christine. There we go. Words, I have them. Ever so often says, bye, I'm late for church online. Good, thank you for joining us ever so often. I think it was Judith. Julie says, while I wait for the paint to dry, I'm going to sew patches on the kids' scout uniforms. Very productive.
Scouts, brilliant. Me, Super C Scout.
Nice.
Loved it.
Duvalier says, which Alexa do you have? I'm looking to buy one as a Christmas gift from me to me, but I wondered which model is better and if they're worth the money. We have the Dots, which I think the only difference is that the speaker's better on the tower version.
Yeah.
But I have to say, this I haven't heard the other speaker, but these ones are really good. I really like the Dots.
Yeah. You do have to keep her under control.
You do.
Yeah.
And there are some YouTubers who do take great joy in setting off other people's Alexas in their videos.
Yeah.
Which is very funny.
Oh,
Yeah.
you like carrot?
Oh, not for me, thank you. You're dipping the carrots in the cheese sauce. Chef, perks of being a chef. I'm excited for this dress. I think it's going to be a good one. That's one of the reasons that I do repeat and make patterns so frequently that I've perfected, because it's nice knowing that something really does work well, especially in certain types of fabric. As I say, cotton lawn for this one. I have the Foxy Woodland fabric from Lady McElroy that Wilson bought me for my birthday this year. And I want to try something different with it. Although I wouldn't rule out a skirt, the skirt from this pattern, but just with a different bodice on it. Although it would need to be one with a side zipper because of the gathers that go into the back of the skirt panel. And you all know how I feel about side zippers. But I'm not ruling it out. Right, so now I think I need to turn the fabric around this time completely because the bigger piece of fabric is going to be on the other side this time for the final skirt pattern piece. I should have way more than enough. Yes, I do. Haha, awesome sauce. And technically, I suppose I could line this dress with the same fabric, but I think I'm going to have enough left for a shirt for me, not a shirt for Dad, although I might say yes to a shirt from this fabric. Right. So let's see, what's the best way of getting this on and on grain? Is it that way? Is that way going to be best? Or do I need to turn this pattern piece over? I think that way is actually the best use because this piece up here, well, you can't see, but yeah, I think this is the best. And I'm going to turn you around a little bit. I am going to use, most of this I've been doing by eye, but I am going to make sure that I've got this 100% straight and on grain. Yeah, just a little bit out there. A bit more. Oh. There we go. So I'm happy with the placement of that. I shall start pinning it in place. Then we can cut this one out. And then I can cut out the facings for the skirt. And we will have been going for 5 hours. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to get all the things cut out today. I underestimate my ability to waffle and go off on tangents, don't I?
I interrupted.
Well, that also. Although, I think if you ask everyone, I think they've enjoyed themselves. I'm watching Gardener's World in the background.
No idea.
I'm having peanut butter chicken for dinner tonight, which I am quite excited about. There we go, it's all pinned into place. So I'm just gonna take the weight off of the fabric. This is another reason that I'm wanting a bigger cutting table, because you really shouldn't leave fabric hanging over the edge like that when you're cutting it, because it can drag on it, especially the lighter weight ones. This one's way more forgiving, but some of them, they're very difficult. Right, where did we get to? Debbie says, I was told I will be working from home until at least Christmas. Part of me wonders if it's worth sewing autumn stuff as I'm never going out. Do you enjoy it? Or would you rather be sewing cold weather stuff, like winter stuff? Should you start doing that now? But if you enjoy sewing, I enjoy sewing autumn clothes. I like sewing, yeah. I mean, I am, as you guys know, if you've watched the sewing plans for the rest of the year, I'm excited about it all. But yeah, it depends if you enjoy it. Duvalet, we have so Duvalet is saying, I see the 3rd generation dot looks like a tablet and the 4th generation dot like a sphere, and the price difference is only €10. We have the kind of like squished ones that look like dots, and they're circular and they look like dots. I don't know what generation ours are at all. But we very much like ours. If the difference is only €10, go for the most up-to-date version would be mine. Pamela says, bye all, I'm going now, having my food now. Enjoy, Pamela, thank you for joining us. Lauren says, yes, I've enjoyed my Sunday AM coffee with you this AM, but must get on now. Have 2 of those not top baby hats to whip up for my new grandbaby. Bye for this time. Thank you for joining us. Caroline says, I'm sewing some autumn bits even though I'm just in my sewing shed and at the bottom of the garden. Yeah, I think it's one of those things that if you enjoy sewing those kind of clothes, do it anyway. Why not? It's going to be autumn again next year. But if you want to move on to maybe winter clothing, like, you know, coats and thick jumpers and things like that, then go for that. I think there's no, as I've been saying many, many times, there's no right or wrong with sewing. So it just depends what's your jam, what's your favorite thing to sew. Sew those, especially if you don't need to have anything because you're going to be staying at home. I mean, I don't know if you've already made all of the beautiful loungewear, but you can make some more loungewear. Yeah, you'll have to let us know what you think. Okay. Hello, Suze. Come here. Come here. Give me. Give me. Give me. Come on. Hey. Woof. Come say hello. Say hello. Oh, you having a horrible day. She's been walked thoroughly. Come on. It has got to be slightly disconcerting for her because she's blind as a bat, bless her. So like just suddenly being like, okay, now I'm flying. Oh, yeah, she's walking into the cupboard that's not moved in 20 years. That's why I bought her that halo harness, because she started walking into stationary furniture that never moves. And she was pretty good before, up until recently, about not walking into stuff. But I think her eyesight's getting worse. What little blind bat, aren't you, Susie? Okay, right. So I have a nice piece here for cutting out my pocketses and my waistband for my skirt, and also I need to remember to do the back yoke piece for this dress. It needs to be cut on the fold, which is why I've not done it as yet. Well, I mean, technically, according to the pattern, it's meant to be cut with a seam down the centre back and on the bias, but I don't like that, as I have mentioned. So I do it slightly differently. I was thinking I was going to get at least these 3 things done today, but I suppose I've got one simple thing and one complicated thing done, although the complicated thing does still need its lining cutting out. So Gator Mum says, absolutely fun with the whiff. Oh dear. Okay. I'm just going to put in my notches. Take out the pins, and then I can fold this pattern piece up to go over on the side. And I'm going to have a nice piece of fabric left that I think I should be able to get a shirt out of, which is nice. Again, not a giant shirt. It will be one of those like cropped 50s style shirts. Do I want to fold that way, or am I going to fold it this way? I'm going to fold it this way and then fold it that way. Yeah, that's the badger. There we go. Okay. So I have this piece left over for, I mean, I've got lots here, but I'm hoping I won't need to touch this for the remaining pieces. So as you can see, I mean, it's got a giant hole in it, so it's not the entirety of this amount of fabric, but it's a good amount, so I think I should be able to get a shirt out of this. And as I say, I think that Gertie shirt I should be able to get out of this. The one that came with the pedal pusher trouser pattern as well. Just going to fold this up for now. Okay. So that can go in the shirt making pile. Although, as I say, I might have to get it out again in a minute, but I think if I'm clever with this little piece I have left here, because I need 2 of these and 1 of these, and then I need the back portion of there we go, yeah, that fits, that's good. And I can get the, let's see, can I get the Waistband, is it gonna? Oh, it's just not long enough. Oh, that's annoying. I think I might be able to squeak it out of that though. We'll have to have a see. Might need to get that other bit of fabric back, but it's not the end of the world if I do. So we'll get this pocket to cut out. I mean, to be fair, I can actually seam this waistband because it is going to be on the inside, so no one's going to see it. So if that works out better, I can seam the waistband. But I think what I'm going to do is get this pocket cut out. Then I will get the center, the yoke cut out, and then we'll go from there. I think that's the way forward. Okay. Let's get the rest of this off. Okay, right, so that little bit can go into poof, and then the rest can go into quilting scraps. So, where's my pin cushions over here? This is a very good representation of what I'm generally like in here. So, ooh. I notched this. I don't think I did. Let's notch this now. There we go. Right. Pockets cut out. Let's see now. Okay. Can I fit? Oh, I can just fit it on. That's good, because I only need to cut it out once. So I'm going to unpin my folded one. That can go. Rubbish. Okay. So I've got my skirt waistband there. Let's get this. I only need one layer of this, and that one I can cut the. I'm missing a corner on this, but I'm going to cut it out because it's well within the seam allowance. So I think it's going to be fine. Well within the seam allowance. Get this all pulled in. Mum and Dad are planning the front garden at the new house because it's actually quite a large front garden. So we're going to end up with it being vegetable beds and cold houses and things like that to make good use of the space. Right. Where did we get to with the chat? Eileen says, you've also held a live stream and provided fun and diversion for a good number of people, ably supported by the family and with some cameos from Susie. This is true. Thank you, Eileen. Alison says, Chiana will miss you when you are away. Will she come up to the main house? No. No. She will be much happier up at mine. She will ignore both mum and dad when they go to feed her for the first sort of week. And then she will warm up to them a little bit because she will get lonely. And then I'll come back and she will be very happy to see me. And she'll sit on me for the first evening and then she will disdain me again and all will be right with the world. I'd love to take her with me, but Wilson's building doesn't allow animals. And he does have a leather sofa. And I know what she's like. I could take as many scratching posts as I could fill the place with, and she'd still be like, "Oh no, let's sharpen my claws on this leather sofa," because she's a little madam. So yes, she will miss me, but she will be fine, and she'll be very well looked after. I've got her favourite food coming, so she's going to be spoiled, and she will be well looked after, and as I said, she will be totally fine. Okay, so I have waistband. So let's unpin all of that. And as I say, there's a corner missing up here, but it's well within the seam allowance. It's not even close to kind of cutting off the seam allowance. So I'm totally happy with that. That will work perfectly well. So I need to cut some interfacing out of that, but I'm going to do that tomorrow. So the last thing that I have to cut out is the yoke for the back of the shirt dress. So don't think it's going to fit on this bit of fabric, but it will fit on the slightly bigger one because I've only cut one of those waistbands out. So let's fold that along this edge and see. Alexa, timer off. Dad?
Thank you.
I'm not sure.
Alexa, timer off. It worked. So yeah, let's get this little piece cut out. Okay.
How's Smell-O-Vision doing?
Oh gosh, you guys should be here. It's amazing. It is so good. Okay, so other than the lining, that's the shirt dress cut out. Let's just tidy this little bit up because there's a little kind of scrap up there that's no use for anyone. So Mum's got some nice size bits for her quilting stash, which she will be happy with. Just need to mark in the gathering points on that yoke that I've just cut, which I shall do now. Add that to the quilting stash. There we go. Right, so to mark and cut in my notches. Mark in the gathering points for the shoulder gathers from the front bodice. I don't bother putting in the large triangle that denotes the sides, the shoulder seam, because I know it denotes the shoulder seam. So that's one of the markings that I generally don't bother transferring over. And I'm not putting sleeves on this one, so I don't put any of the sleeve markings in either. You right there?
Yeah. Struggling at the cold face as cooks do.
There's one pin in each of those pattern pieces, and I managed to find it.
Right.
Okay, so guys, we have been going for 5 hours and 8 minutes.
Are you saying goodbye?
I am, yes. You
Oh,
can
no.
come say goodbye
Not
too.
without me.
Not without you.
me.
Have you had fun? Have you guys enjoyed this? Would you like this again?
Yes. Oh,
Um,
they're not going to see my finished product.
You'll have to take a photo of it and send it to me so that I can put it in the blog.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Right.
Oh dear. So Nimoy says this was great fun. And so you weren't here for this one, but So Gator Mom said absolute fun with the fwiff. Margaret says, Sean, you wouldn't put your stretchy material in the dryer, would you? Okay. Scuba, no. Actually, to be fair, my viscose jersey, no. No, I wouldn't, because it bobbles quicker. It pills quicker, as evinced by these trousers, and my blue ones are even worse. So no, I don't, especially not scuba though. Alison says, I find that there is always a sense of accomplishment when I finish cutting out a garment. Yes, although unfortunately I've still got the interfacing to do for the skirt and the lining to do for the dress, but yes. Julie says, Duke Findus just came and jumped in my lap, pushing aside the patched sewing. Well, the cat obviously takes precedence.
What? Don't you believe that?
Nimue says this was great fun. Glenda says, thank you for keeping me company while trying to sew a diaper bag. Soap Lady says, thanks, it's been fun. Maria says, loved it. Duvlay says, it was fun. Have a wonderful week and safe travels, Sean, and bye. Caroline says, bye. This has been a great company. Dinner pictures on Facebook, please. Ellen says, thank you so much. This was great fun. Oh, yes, take a photo on your phone and put it in the Peeps group.
Well, can't you show them me pouring my sauce?
Oh, hang on.
Yeah.
If you felt seasick, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Before it goes in the oven. This sauce I've been working on. Look at this. Oh. Yes.
That is
That's
very
going to
good
go
sauce.
in the oven, and that's going to crisp off on the top and cook through the vegetables.
Yeah.
Oh,
Do you think,
genius.
do you think he's pleased with himself?
Yes, I am. It's good.
It's very good. And Nimoy says, have a lovely evening, everyone. Enjoy whatever food will be on your table tonight. Julie says, yes, please. Ilova says, whoa, I missed it. That I missed it. Hello from Dayton, Ohio in the USA. Hello, Ilova, welcome. And I'm sorry that we're going. Margaret says, thank you.
And before anyone says I wasted a bit, this is the tool, the spatula.
Spatula.
What? Spatula.
Yes.
And all of that, look at that. That's
Yeah.
over a spoonful there left
Yeah.
going on.
Yep. Margaret says, thank you, Sean. Alison says, goodbye, Sean and Fwiff. I hope you enjoy your special dinner. Binks and Maya send purrs and headbutts. I hope to have your parcel sent next week. Love to Gianna and Susie. Thank you, Alison. Eileen says, it's been lovely. Yes, please, Tamor. Bye-bye, Sean and Danny. Julie says, of course he does. Have a great evening. Ilova says, looks like I missed it. We'll have to watch later. Looks yummy. Definitely, Ilova. But yes, I won't be back until, well, I mean, I'll, you know, there'll be vlogs, but I will not be.
And into the future.
I won't be live streaming again until the 18th of October, I think. And that could be up in the air because, well, I will live stream, but who knows what I'll do because we are hopefully moving on the 20th. So who knows what it's going to be like by then.
Alexa, timer 15 minutes.
15 minutes. Starting now.
Thank you.
Do have to say, I would like to try and do a house tour of the entire property before it gets packed up too much more because one room's kind of been started. But when I come back on the 12th, will it still be in one piece, Dad?
Well, I don't know.
You're paying packing people a lot of money to pack, so don't do their work.
I'm still getting very emotional about it all.
Yes, well, that's why I want to do a house tour so that we can look back at it whenever we want.
Yeah.
So yes. Anyway, Eileen says yum to the sauce and the veggies. Caroline says safe travels. Happy birthday to Wilson from all of us too. Yes. Thank you very much, you lovely, lovely lot. So I'll be back doing a live stream on the 18th. There will be videos going up while I'm away, but there will be every other day as long as I can keep that up for. And we'll see how it goes from there. So thank you for joining us. And I hope you've enjoyed sewing from the kitchen. And I will see you very soon. Bye. Got to try and end it gracefully now. Bye.